it's like it's a swimming knowledge bank. And so the OSP Miss Dr. Sam Obafemi decided that with the OSP, with the loads of professionals here, he's going to give back to the community. All right. And this is Pan-African webinar. So if you are here and you are not in the OSP, but that's fine. You can enjoy the Pan-African webinar for now until you can join the OSP. And then let your friends and your families join this call, join the Zoom call, and join on YouTube Live to gain knowledge. All right. Please start now. Send the link. I'm sure you've got a link to join here. Send this link to your family and friends. And then on YouTube, they can just search Sam Obafemi. That is where you get the live broadcast. Okay. So please, 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 you're welcome. I'm good to, it's just 22% here. I'm sure there'll be other persons on YouTube. We would start at the dot of 10. And let me give you a rundown of what today's broadcast would look like. Okay. So we're going to have about 1, 2, 4 speakers today. And this is going to run from 10 all the way to 3 p.m. There'll be breaks and interludes between each speaker. Okay, each speaker is going to speak on a specific niche in a different industries, and we would have each speaker would speak about between 45 minutes, about 45 minutes. We take questions and answers during the breaking session, and then the second speaker comes up, and then we'll have a couple of announcements by SECA Africa, and then we would have a short review of Dr. Sam Obafemi's latest book, which he co-authored with 2 others, Marketing Without a Budget. I mean, without a budget, you just go into marketing, no budget. You should hang in to ensure that you are part of this review. This is going to be chaired by the Brand Community Mastermind, and closing thoughts by the octopus himself would round up these sessions at about 2:53 p.m. Okay, so this is just a brief run of what today's session is going to be live. Okay, so I'd like to know, please, my first speaker is Husseina Abdul. Please, ma'am, are you online? Please just show me by you can unmute and let me know, or you can indicate by a show of yay, yay. I'll be looking forward to meeting you. Yes. All right. So without further ado, let me introduce her to you. We have 2 minutes to go. Let me just tell you who she is. Welcome, ma'am. I'm so glad to have you. Let me introduce her to you, Mrs. Husseina Abdul. She is the current head of school at Great Heights Academy here in Abuja. Mrs. Abdul holds a bachelor's degree in language arts and a master's degree in educational administration and planning. I've been waiting to meet her, even though it's online. You're welcome, ma'am. She has been in education sector for 25 years as an educationist, people manager, corporate capacity development expert, and policy professional. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not done telling you about her, but I just wanted to break a bit to say, when I told you that the Octopus Speaker School is a compendium of professionals, I wasn't joking. Now look at this. This is one person. She's passionate about growth.
Good morning.
I think her network threw her out. She's frozen, or can anyone hear me? Okay, yes. So her network threw her out. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. Yes, we have a co-host. Our co-host is not in the room as well. Okay. Oh yeah, she's back on.
Okay. Can I start?
Not yet, ma. Just a few seconds. The wordsmith, can she start? Okay, she's struggling with her internet. Yes, I think you can start. Go ahead, ma. You can share your slides if you're using slides. If not, you can start, ma.
Good morning, everyone.
I'm so sorry, ma'am.
Okay.
Oh, please, I'm so sorry. I'm having to sign in multiple places just to make sure I don't go on. So, ma'am, please, kindly do go on. There's no point. Already you've introduced. You've been introduced. Please, kindly go on. Thank you so much. Pleased to meet you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the June edition of Pan-African webinar. Today, we'll be talking about a very interesting and very significant subject matter, which I chose to tag Navigating Life's Storm with Emotional Intelligence and Anger Management. Can you see my slides?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you. Once again, my name is Hussaina. And I would like us to take a look at this. Study well, work hard, get good grades, and you will be successful in life. I'm sure most of us grew up hearing this, and we still say this to our children. We say this to our students, that the key to success is study, work hard, get good grades, and you'll be successful in life. My question is, what happens? What really is success? What really is success? Is it always true that individuals such as top business people, executives, political leaders, CEOs, and even teachers were all toppers in their school or universities? Is the ultimate determinant of success in life our intelligence quotient? What about emotional quotient or intelligence? Quickly, I would like us to visualize, to imagine the type of leaders, bosses, supervisors that we have worked with or we wish we work with. I want us to imagine a best leader or supervisor or boss and a worst one. Still visualizing. Imagine what were the characteristics of those best bosses that you have, or best teachers in your life, or best mentors. What were their characteristics? You can put them down. How did they make you feel? I hope you are jotting. How did the best bosses, best leaders, the best people in your life, How did they make you feel? Now, this same group of people, how did they make you act? How did they make you act? I hope you have 3 columns on your paper. The characteristics of your best teacher or boss or supervisor, how they make you feel, and what those feelings make you do. I hope you have done that. Now, imagine another scenario where you have a worse person in your life. It could be a worse boss or a bad boss, a bad teacher, a bad supervisor. What are their characteristics? Put them down. I guess you have done that. How do they make you feel? Again, how does that feeling make you act? Can you share some of your responses? Yes. Can anyone share?
Can I share, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, so starting with my best bosses or superiors.
Yes.
First of all, I had put in the chat box one of the 3 things that I especially admired and loved about these bosses was that they were patient.
Good.
They were kind, and they were very approachable.
Good.
So it was easy to go to them if I had any worry or any, confusion or difficulty. And how it made me feel was it made me feel valued. It made me feel relevant. It made me feel like I could actually do anything.
Great.
Because I had the strong support of such bosses. And, with this, I'm thinking back to about 17, maybe 18 years ago when I was just a member of the youth corps, and I have this boss in my office. I was working at a radio station. I was just a member of the youth corps. I wasn't allowed at the time to be on air to cast the news, but so he would send me to make a production and voice production, radio production. And there was one he gave me, and I rewrote the script. I wrote 3 different scripts from the scripts he gave me and voiced and edited all 3. I called him because he gave me the opportunity to do such things. There were no restrictions. And so when I finished, I called him to come and look at it and to listen. When he listened, he was like, "You did all this?" I said, "Yes, sir." Then he gave me a news script and told me, "You are on the news this weekend." That was the kind of boss I had. And what it did for me, it made me want to, it made me act. It made me want to impress him. It made me want to be the best ever. It made me want to keep going and getting better and better. So this is on the side of my good boss.
Yeah.
On the evil ones.
Probably we should allow another person to share
yes, please.
his or her experience
Please,
of
another
a bad supervisor or leader or teacher. Thank you so much for that contribution.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Yes. Can I have somebody else share an experience of a bad leader, a bad supervisor, a bad teacher? Yes. Going? Okay. My previous contributor, if you have more to share, please go ahead. Are we together?
Let me share about my not so good supervisors. All
Go
right.
ahead, please.
What I experienced, this was now later in my life, right? And which was what I felt was, first of all, the characteristics that they had that was not acceptable. I don't think the word is acceptable. That was not good for me as and any of my colleagues was they believed that for you to do something good, you had to suffer. So they didn't believe in providing the requisite tools for you to work. They believed you had to go and find them, find the tools to work with. I don't know what word to use to, summarize this. They they loved to pitch people against the other. They like to make people have unhealthy competition. And so you had to struggle to get benefits. If you didn't please them, you didn't get benefits. If you didn't do as they said, irrespective of what it was, then you didn't get benefits. You didn't get the corner office, you didn't get thanks. And so what this did to me is how it made me feel was that life, made me feel like life was a struggle. And to succeed, I had to endlessly struggle. It made me feel choked, like I couldn't function in this place. How did it make me act? It made me keep to myself. It made me become stereotypical, like, this is what is expected, do it, get out. I didn't bother about expanding, not necessarily expand. I didn't bother to power myself to show that other aspects of me that could be harnessed or grown because there was no encouragement coming from my bosses. And this might be good or bad, but because of my inability to function in such a space, it was easier for me to move away and, decide I'm going to be a boss myself. And I know how not to treat my subordinates, right? So that's what the good and the bad aspects of how that made me act. So that's it, ma'am.
Thank you so very much for your contribution. I wish we have more contributions. However, the lesson from what we have heard is that certainly the behavior of leaders have direct effect on performance. Now, this brings me to the concern. Like we said earlier, we're so used to, in a world characterized by cognitive set, technological advancement, and all the focus is on work hard, IQ, in summary. You have to be intelligent. And the concern is we can have intelligent people and yet we will not succeed. And that's why we are asking the question about what about emotional intelligence? Why is it a concern? And then this is an aspect of humanity that is marginalized is emotional behavior. And one aspect of emotional behavior that is overshadowed or not reckoned with, so to say, is emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence is a vital yet undervalued aspect of, often overshadowed by other measures of success. What then is emotional intelligence? What do you think is emotional intelligence? Anybody? Okay. Quickly, I would like to talk about emotions. There are feelings we have and they differ. And it has become very, very vital that we understand how we feel, how other people feel, how understanding our emotions and other people's emotions and how they affect us and others has become key. That is why the concept of emotional intelligence has come to the fore, and it is a vital tool that everyone needs to understand, comprehend, and make use of in order to succeed in life. We have a definition, a very comprehensive definition of emotional intelligence, which states that it is a habitual practice of using emotional information from ourselves and others, integrating this with our thinking, using these to inform our decision to help us get what we want from the immediate situation and from life in general. I want us to look at this definition line by line and in detail. In every circumstance, we have what we call trigger, and then we have a response. What we are asking for is in between, there should be something. And what is that thing? It is thinking. In a layman language, if you ask me, I will say or describe emotional intelligence as thinking before acting. This is what everything here is talking about. When you think before you act, you're not likely to take irrational decisions. You're not likely to be judgmental. You're not likely to act in a way that you will regret later. Why should we care about emotional intelligence? Emotional intelligence is a skill, an art, a key ingredient found in the character of successful leaders and individuals, just like we have highlighted earlier and in the contribution we had. Researchers have confirmed that emotional intelligence accounted for nearly 90% of competencies that distinguish outstanding leaders from average leaders. Emotional intelligence is a better predictor of job performance than cognitive intelligence. A study also found that people with high emotional intelligence had better social skills and more satisfying personal relationships than people with high IQ. This is why we should care about emotional intelligence, and this is why it has become a subject of importance. You'll be happy to know that emotional intelligence will improve your communication skill, will enhance decision-making, will make us better individuals, parents, spouses, friends, and leaders. Very key to emotional intelligence, because there are a set of skills that we desire to have, that we should all have. There's what we call the pillars or dimensions or components of emotional intelligence. In other words, we could call them competencies that you should have to be said to be an emotionally intelligent person. These components or dimensions are self-awareness, self-regulation, social skills, empathy, and motivation or self-motivation. When you have all these skills, we say you are an emotionally intelligent person? We're going to look at these components and then determine or see what it means. Self-awareness. Knowledge and awareness of one's emotions is the most fundamental component of emotional intelligence. What does it mean to be self-aware? It is the ability to recognize, understand our own moods, our emotions, as well as their effects on others. This involves being able to evaluate yourself, understand how your behavior is being perceived by others. Closely related to self-awareness is self-regulation. Self-regulation simply means self-control. Because emotions will incite actions, there is need to regulate. You can imagine on a daily basis how we find ourselves in situations where we are incited to take actions. We are provoked. We get angry. Even at home, by our children, in school, by our students, at work, by our colleagues. Should we just act as it occurs or as the way we are incited? No. There is need for self-regulation. Therefore, self-regulation means your ability to calm yourself in trying situations. You will agree with me that if you are able to do that, you will be able to get the upper hand of every situation. While many factors influence how you feel and may be beyond your control, if you are highly self-regulated, you are good at controlling your reactions. You can make clear-headed decisions even if the world is falling apart. It takes an emotionally intelligent person to be calm during a trying moment, a trying situation. And your ability to do that is a great skill. If you are self-aware, you know your emotions, then you regulate them. The next component is self-motivation. The power to motivate oneself is tremendously powerful. Self-motivation is the ability to make yourself work with little or no pressure from others. It's the passion to work with energy and persistence for reasons beyond money or status.
Word.
When you hear people say, the sky is my starting point, determined, optimistic, goal-oriented, whatever it takes to achieve a goal, they are ready to work through. That is self-motivation. Empathy is the other component, a very fundamental component of emotional intelligence, a skill that you must have. And what does this mean? This is the ability to understand how others feel and put yourself literally in somebody else's shoe. Imagine, I witnessed a scenario where somebody fell by the road and everybody walked past, just yesterday when we were coming back home. And I was wondering, we're in a tight situation and those close to him just walked past. I was just visualizing and say, look at these people not being empathetic. Empathy is when you understand the emotional needs of others and treat them accordingly. when you are there for other people, when you understand that people need support and you are there to support them. The last component is social skills. This is the ability that allows us to interact and connect with others in a positive way. It is the ability to pick up social cues and communicate well with others. This is proficiency in managing relationships, developing network, building rapport, and finding common ground. God, in his wisdom, created us differently in tribes, in nations, and yet brings us together to work, to relate from different backgrounds. Our ability to work well and achieve common goals show that we have social skills. Understanding that because this is the way of life.
Reason of it.
Pardon me? This is understanding that somebody is from another social setting, and you know that this is why he or she behaves in a particular way. And that should not affect your judgment about the person. Those with this type of skill relate better with people and have strong rapport. All these put together make somebody an emotionally intelligent person. You may ask me, if having emotional intelligence means we should have all these skills, what should I do to have the skills and master them? I would like to tell you that it is not a one-shot thing. Like the definition states, is a habitual practice. It's not, the good thing is that emotional intelligence is something you can learn. You may not learn it in one day, but like psychologists will say, any habit that you practice over time become parts of you. Any behavior that you do and you continue to practice it over a month and so, and you don't relent, becomes part of you. Therefore, emotional intelligence is a skill that we should all strive to have. And this is my recommendation on how to get there. You are not an emotionally intelligent person until you are aware of your emotions and you are aware of other people's emotions or how your emotions affect other people. So you must practice self-awareness. I put by that, I brought also practicing self-awareness. You also have to be empathetic, understand people. You have to be very, very observant. Keep your eyes and ears open. Feel what people think about you, how people react to you. There are some people when, as soon as you approach them and you want to talk to them, you notice that they are already frowning. There are situations where as soon as you approach people, they are smiling. That tells a lot. Or when you give an instruction, people are very reluctant. So you need to be very sensitive to this. So observation is key when we want to master emotional intelligence. An emotionally intelligent person must also be very, very patient. Very strongly related to self-regulation is our ability to exercise patience. We therefore should cultivate the 10-second rule. When anything is said to you or you observe a situation where ordinarily there should be an outburst, take 10 seconds to reflect, and then you now take the necessary action or the right response should follow. So do not jump to conclusions or immediately give in to emotional outbursts. More often than not, we regret what we do in that type of circumstance. Active listening is another way to practice some of the skills of emotional intelligence. Active listening also shows you are empathetic. For those of us that work with the school, you will agree with me that we lose a lot of students or children by not listening. Some of them have so much that they are carrying that they want to share, but your inability to listen makes them go away from you and don't see you as somebody they can relate with or share their problems with. Refrain from hasty conclusions and therefore don't be judgmental. In addition, retrospection is key. At the end of the day, look back on some of the decisions you had taken and ask yourself, would I have taken better decisions? These are ways to also enhance our emotional intelligence. You can imagine if you had taken a wrong decision and you reflect over it and you realize that you should have done something better and you take steps to correct it. And that invariably will affect performance in the long run. We cannot talk about emotional intelligence without talking about anger management. My duty here is to just give an overview of everything because we have other speakers that will come later to look at specific dimensions of emotional intelligence and anger management. But we cannot talk about emotional intelligence without talking about anger management. There's a quote that says, the strong one is not the one who can overpower others in fighting, but the one who restrains and controls his anger. This again has to do with self-regulation. Reason why I said we can't really separate anger management from emotional intelligence. What anger is? The first time I was asked if anger was a bad emotion or a good emotion, I said is a bad one. But I have learned that anger, like any other, is like any other emotion. Therefore, the feeling of anger is a normal part of being human. So is it possible to avoid anger? No. In our day-to-day interaction, we must encounter situations where we get angry. However, how we use anger determine whether it is dysfunctional or functional. What are we trying to say here? It is okay to get angry, but we should not allow anger to make us aggressive. That is why it is very key to learn about anger management. What do we do? Because unchecked anger can destroy relationships, families, organizations, at times lives, and even nations. We have seen situations where tussles between leaders out of anger lead to the destruction of lives and property. In our homes, our inability to manage our anger. I'm sure most people can relate with this. have led to regrettable actions or utterances that will further mar our relationships, either with our spouses, our siblings, our children. We must keep anger in check, and that helps to also make us emotionally intelligent people. Take conscious steps, therefore, to manage your anger. Quickly, I would like us to think of a situation where your anger got out of control. Are we together? Are we together?
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Okay.
Yes.
Think of a situation where your anger got out of control. Put it down on your jotter. Why did you become so angry? Have you recalled? Okay, thank you. What was your response? And then what was the result? Or what came out of that response? Or the way you reacted? Put it down. Okay, have you done that? What could you have done differently? Quickly do that activity, and we're going to have 1 or 2 people share with us. Let me know. Text 1 if you are done. Okay. So who is ready to share? Yes. Somebody should share with us a situation where his or her anger got out of control.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
I was taking a class, and I found out that a student was yet to complete the previous note. So
Okay.
I insisted that she actually does that, but she kept insisting that since she was halfway through with the previous one, that she would like to copy the present one, the one we were actually, they were meant to take notes on the class for that day. I kept insisting, and then she decided not to write at all. Then she moved her chair backwards, and then she crossed her leg. She was far from the table. Obviously, she didn't mean to write. And I got so angered, and then I pulled the chair. Afterwards, I think she hit her hand against the chair or something. And then it almost became an issue, because I was like, if I had known, I should have just left her. After like insisting like twice, I should have just let the matter go. I could just go on with my class and then probably go back and revisit it. I felt I didn't actually handle the situation as supposed. I wasn't, not even as a professional anyway. So I felt bad afterwards, and then actually went back to the students. She then did what I wanted on an amiable ground. That was it.
So what was the lesson? What did you do differently that made her later do the assignment?
Because I found out that she was irritated, so I started to calm down. I spoke with her. I spoke to her mildly. I said she knows it's possible if she doesn't copy that, and then she copies present when we were actually doing, that she might not go back to it. And what if the question comes out of it, like probably during a test or exams, that she might not do well because she didn't update the notes. And then I made her know that I would have left her. It's possible I don't even care if she actually copies or not. and then the repercussion will be hers later. But because I feel I care for her, I want her, I know she's a good student, I want to see the very best. I know she has potentials, and I want to see them unfolding, and all that. Then she came around and she did what she was supposed to do.
Thank you. So you became emotionally intelligent and you got the dividend.
After I allowed anger to take the rest.
Anger to go. Thank you very much for sharing. Does anyone else want to share? Yes. Okay. So these are a few advice that I wouldn't want to dwell on this so much because somebody else will be doing that, talking about triggers. But one important thing to master in anger management is to learn about your triggers. What is it that normally will put you off? So, and anger can be triggered by many factors: stress, tiredness, failed expectation, worry, and the rest. As soon as you notice that, or you're beginning to feel that, and you know that will trigger anger, then it is time to be conscious so that you don't fall into the trap. So, by and large, I would like to recommend that you start your journey of mastering emotional intelligence or being competent with emotional intelligence. And these are my recommendations: that spend 10 minutes each day reflecting on your emotional responses to various situations. Read a book about emotional intelligence. Practice, practice, practice. Apply emotional intelligence principles in your daily interactions, both personal and professional, and then manage your anger. Step away from a situation if possible. A short walk or a few minutes of solitude can help clear your mind and reduce immediate anger. Remember, the strength to navigate life's storms lies within you. By harnessing the power of emotional intelligence, you can transform challenges into opportunities for growth and fulfillment. Start today. Embrace the journey to a more resilient and emotionally intelligent you. Thank you for having me, and I will wait to respond to questions.
Whoa. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Please do use your your favorite emojis in the comment section to appreciate ma'am for her presentation. This is absolutely wonderful. Now, for someone who has learned a lot on emotional intelligence, I was writing really furiously, and I have quite a couple of takeaways from here. But first of all, if you have questions, please, while we can take one or two via direct questioning, could you please put them in the comment section so that we can manage the questions? We'll take them in order. Thank you so much, madam. I see Ovosa. Ovosa, do you have a question? Do you have a question to ask? Please kindly unmute. Let's take that and kindly just, if you have a question, can you make that rapid? Yes, please. Just take a minute to ask your question so that we can make it as rapid as possible. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, coach. That was a very brilliant presentation. And I'd say that what you said, I've taken some notes. I have a particular question. I started, all you have been saying was like relatable, where you said, what are the triggers? I thought about it and I looked at. Now we want to relate it to parents and children, most especially. parents and young adults. For me, the triggers are usually failed expectations and worry. And you're worried that this child you are talking to is not listening, maybe the young adult. And you want to use this emotional intelligence. You're always working out and you're saying this child, stay doing the same thing. And you come back, you take a deep breath and you say, you know what, just suppress your anger, just manage the anger. I mean, at what stage at what stage do you really now calm down to speak? Because these young adults really don't want to listen most times to what you want to say. And even while you're saying it, there are still triggers even when you're talking. And you're like, okay, just talk to yourself. I mean, I like the part where you say practice, practice, practice. But you know, with your own children, you're just feeling what point will they really take in these things. So please, just so that I won't take the so much of our time. I'm sure you know what I am on about. How do you really want to advise parents and the young graduates to work together? And because don't forget now that most times we had actually missed it from somewhere, and that is why we are where we are. So what would you really advise?
Thank you.
I don't know if I made my question clear.
Yes, very clear, very clear. Incidentally, you asked a question that I can resonate with. Let me say something that probably will give you a soft landing, so to say, or will pacify you to a reasonable extent. I canvass seriously that to reduce our tension as parents or those managing teenagers or young adults, there is need to understand their psychology. Firstly, I would like you to understand that for children or young adults or for teenagers that most of us deal with and they give us headache, we need to understand that a part of their brain, the prefrontal cortex, that is responsible for their understanding why they should do things rightly is not fully developed. And it will take time. They may be in their 20s before that aspect of their brain will be fully developed. That is why at times we say that their brain is under construction. Now, what does this mean? There are typical behavior of young adults or teenagers that, work us up. When we understand, then we are able to relate with them better. At that stage, they also feel they are adults and should be able to take decisions for themselves. And the reason being that they can only see the surface. They cannot see beyond the surface. Because you're an adult, you see beyond what they can see. And it is not their fault that they don't understand. They are not there yet. So we have to adopt ways and strategies. If you understand this, then you know that you have a lot of explanations to give. You will agree with me that the youth, the young adults now are very, very assertive. And they kind of intimidate you even when you want to explain things to them and the way they should be done. Moreover, at this stage, the parents are not really their influencers, because at a point, their friends, their peers become their influencers. So you have to be very, very intentional about calming down, knowing that they don't know more than what you are seeing, and you have a responsibility to correct, to still continue to say what is right to them. Help them understand. That is one mistake we make as parents. We normally don't explain why we want things done the way we want them. If authoritative and we say they are disrespectful, you must make them understand And then you must be patient with them. Make them see reasons why you are acting the way you are acting, and then why you ask them to do what you want them to do. Let me also say, as one of the tools of parenting, that how much we say does not determine how well they will act or do. We must continue to say the right thing until they master the behavior that we want to see. We can say it 100 times and they will not act that way. Should we give up? No. We will continue to teach them the right thing until they master it. And once they understand and the behavior comes and they begin to practice it, you see that over time it becomes part of them. But parenting is a journey that is not easy. And then we have to be intentional about it. I don't know if that answers your question.
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you. I see that there are no more questions. Thank you so much, ma'am. We are officially on a break, which would last approximately 9 minutes. And after that, we'll call our next speaker. Thank you so much, madam, for this presentation. Thank you so much, Mrs. Abdul. This has been quite expository. Thank you.
Thank you
ma'am.
for having me. And thank you
You're
for
welcome, ma'am.
thank you.
You're welcome. So we would have a short break, just about 8 minutes now, so that I can confirm that my next speaker is ready. And we would continue at 11. Please don't sign off. Just hang in there, and then we'll continue. We'll continue at 11 on the dot. My next speaker, let me confirm. Khadija Namtari, please, madam, are you present? Are you online? You can unmute to let me know. Oh, fantastic. It's good to have you.
I'll just check again. She isn't in the room yet. I think
Oh,
she
okay.
left something. So just would prompt her to join back in.
Okay. Was she in the room previously?
Yes, she was.
Yeah, she would be joining us quickly. I just confirmed that now.
All right.
Thank
you. Madam COO, please, can you give us that country music you gave us earlier in the morning? It was fantastic.
YouTube will not allow us.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Let me see. Oh, let me see.
So if you play any song, they'll shut our video down.
Okay. I think I can try from my end.
No, don't play.
Oh, I see. So that's, oh, I see what you mean. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. So, let's, this is a point where we try to, oh, I have 7 minutes. I was going to see if we could, rustle in 1 or 2 ice-breaking games, but that would overshoot because, these times fly really fast. So let me confirm. Is my next presenter online? Oh, thank you. Someone is thanking Mrs. Abdul for the answers she provided. Thank you, ma'am, once again. My next speaker is Mr. BK. Is my next speaker online now?
Not yet. She's joining.
Okay. Please, can you also help confirm? Do we have the third speaker, Mrs. Simone Bowe? Do we have her online, just in case?
She's not yet online, but I have reached out.
Okay. While we're waiting for her to join, let me quickly tell you about our next speaker. So our next speaker is Mrs. Khadija Namtari, who is an accomplished human resource management expert for over 5 years. She has a bachelor's degree in economics and is currently pursuing a career in human resource management to earn a global certification. Khadija has worked in the corporate and training setting as a facilitator, a speaker, a contributor, a strategist, and resource professional. And she's presently serving as the human resource manager in her organization, alongside being a SECA Africa certified mental health first aider and trauma-informed coach. Now, while this is the pedigree of our speaker. We have 5 minutes before she's due to speak, and while we're waiting for her, I'd like to see what we learned from the previous presentation by Mrs. Husseina Abdul. I would go first, okay? I would like you to put in the comment section what you learned. Let me just say, one of the things that jumped at me was when she talked about leaders. I mean, there are lots of times when people are employing, when even you as a CEO or a management staff, you're recruiting, most of the times we pay attention to the certificates. The certificates show the skills and the competencies, right? But what about the social skills, the self-management skills, right? The emotional intelligence skills? Do we pay attention to these things? How do we measure these things at that point when we are recruiting our staff? I would share something. I read in a post, I think I read a post a few days ago where somebody said that, that's okay, Madam Husseina, someone is asking if we can get the slides for the presentation. Yes, absolutely. We would get the presentation slides. If you registered for this broadcast, if you registered for this training, this Pan-African webinar, it means we have your emails, right? And these will be sent to you after the presentation. Yes, please. So yes, as I was saying, in the post I read over the week, someone said an office sent out for recruitment, and people came in. A lot of people came in for the interview on the interview day, and while they were all there waiting for the interview, many of them seated in this hall, nobody came to talk to them. 1 hour passes, 2 hours, 3 hours. I think perhaps, let's assume the interview was supposed to be 10 a.m. No one came to talk to them until about 4, maybe 5 p.m. And then by the time the recruiters came to the hall where they were the waiting hall, there were just 2 persons left. Or was it 1 person left or something like that? And that the person left got the job. And that the test for the role was a test of patience. Trust Nigerians in this regime. See, let me use the normal parlance. See, abuse. Everybody was angry. What sort of test of nonsense, test of patience is that? What, everybody was angry. So this is the questions. If you want to put this on the platform of emotional intelligence, you might want to ask, was that an intelligent way emotionally to recruit? Was that the only way? Was that the best way? The most appropriate way to test for patience? Is that empathetic? Empathy is very important. Was that empathetic? Please, I'd like us to answer in the comment section. Was that the most appropriate way to? Was that the most appropriate way to, recruit? Was that good? Did that show any form of consideration? Yes, you got this Zoom link from your NIM platform. Okay, Ms. Obike, please kindly attend to this. I wouldn't know what's most appropriate. This person said,
yes, we've attended to her. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So please, if you ask me, I don't think that was empathetic at all. It wasn't empathetic. It was actually toying with emotions. I mean, how do you stretch people like this just to test their patience? It means taking advantage of the fact that Yeah, absolutely. I don't think that was right. So, for instance, mothers who had to do school runs will come to your office to look for a job and wait from 10 a.m. to 5, 3, 4 p.m. No. All right. So, this is 11 now. Please, is my second presenter, Mrs. Khadija Namtari, is she online now?
Not, I can't see her, but I
Okay.
will confirm from her sibling who
All
is
right.
online. Just give me a minute, please.
No, that's okay. So please, go back to sharing the things I learned. Let me say the things that jumped at me in Mrs. Abdul's presentation. There was something she said about emotions will incite actions, and so
Yes, I
there is
can see her
need
on the call, ma.
to regulate. Oh, that's fantastic. Let's give her just a minute to settle in, and we can have her on. All
Hi.
right. You're good? Hello.
Yeah, yes. Sorry, I
Oh,
had network issues.
fantastic. I've been having network issues too, so don't worry. I'm on 2 devices on 2 different networks. So good to have you. Are you good to go? You've already been introduced, Mrs. Khadija Namtari. You've been
All right.
introduced, so you can let us know what your presentation is about and roll. Thank you so much. Welcome.
Okay. Let me share my screen.
Okay. Yay! I can see you. That's a lovely dentition. Please dash me. All right.
Okay.
See you. Thank you. Please, the floor is yours totally.
Thank you. Okay, so good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma.
Good morning.
So today we're going to be talking about the importance of emotional intelligence and anger management in the workplace. So what we'll be looking at is definition and components of emotional intelligence and anger management, role of emotional intelligence in anger management, and then how we can manage anger in the workplace. So what is emotional intelligence? Emotional intelligence is the ability to understand and manage your emotions and the emotions of the people around you. So this involves personal competence and social competence. Personal competence is knowing yourself, your strengths, your weaknesses, your triggers, and social competence is your understanding of the other person or the people around you. So emotions are puzzles we have to solve on a daily basis to become better and healthier. These puzzles become easier to solve when we understand where they're coming from. So the components of emotional intelligence are social skills. This means how you manage relationships with people around you. Empathy is putting yourself in the position of the other person or in the shoes of the other person. Motivation is the drive to achieve goals or whatever it is that you put your mind to. Self-regulation is managing your emotions in healthy ways, controlling your emotions. Self-awareness is recognizing, or like I said earlier, knowing yourself, your strengths, your weaknesses, your triggers, just self-mastery, basically. Why do we need emotional intelligence in the workplace? These are some of the reasons why emotional intelligence is important. First of all, effective leadership. So at the forefront of any workplace, we have leaders. And so if you have a leader that has a very high, that has a very high emotional intelligence, meaning the person has self-mastery, it is easier for motivation for that person to motivate the people or his team or her team. It is easier for decisions to be made after, thinking logically instead of, the flip side, taking decisions on impulse. Stress management will be easier. And as leaders, we sort of rub off on our teams. So if you're angry or you have a negative way of expressing yourself, somehow we sort of rub it off on the people that we work with or the people around us. So it is important for us to be able to develop this skill so that we are able to resolve this type of issues or avoid them. Is someone saying something? I can hear somebody.
Please carry on.
All right. So anger management now. Anger is a natural emotional response to perceived threats or frustrations. Anger management, on the other hand, is the ability to recognize that emotion and your ability to control the anger before it becomes destructive. We generally associate anger as being a negative emotion, but anger is not necessarily a negative emotion because anger is not the problem. The problem is in the usage of anger, because anger can push people to be better. Anger can make you, boost creativity, motivation. And so instead of the anger we know to be destructive, it can actually be something that can yield positive outcomes. So in the workplace now, we have a few causes of anger. Workload, for example, is the inability to cope with demand or responsibilities that we have as jobs. Poor communication could be, say, for example, I work in a school and I'm supposed to, maybe I have a deadline to submit a school plan, right? And I'm supposed to, in my head, I thought that the deadline is maybe in 2 hours. But my colleague who was sent to me to tell me that did not tell me it's in 2 hours. No, it's in like 5 minutes, or say realistically, maybe an hour. And so I took my time and thinking that I'm supposed to submit this in 3-4 hours. And then 5-10 minutes before the deadline, I am told that so-and-so is waiting for me. This can also cause anger, right? If we perceive that Mr. A is being treated better than I am, I feel like I don't, perceived unfair treatment. And then obviously when we feel that we are not being paid enough, that can also cause anger in the workplace. So how can we tell the people around us or ourselves are angry? So for people around us, we could sense it from them being sarcastic, or when people talk and then, you can hear threats in our conversations. When people come to talk to you or confront you and then they're in your face, invading personal space, pointing fingers. Usually when people are angry, they tend to, do this. And then when you have somebody around you that is very bubbly, very outspoken, and then for some reason the person is withdrawn, that could also indicate that the person could be angry. And then of course, destruction, that is when it's already, it's not been managed well. You see broken bottles and all of that. So how do we manage anger in the workplace? Like I said earlier, emotional intelligence is important for everything we do, because this is what helps us be us. So in the workplace, if I am able to identify my triggers, I am able to respond and not react. So if I know my triggers, it's not likely that I would go off on anybody, because before I get to the point where I act, I already know that this is coming. I have conversations with myself. and then I'm able to control whatever it is that I'm feeling. So identifying your trigger is more like a preventive measure to getting angry. Practicing breathing, deep breathing exercises or relaxation exercises is at the point of anger. So we know that if just taking a step back generally would help avoid that anger outburst. Changing perspectives, just like empathy says, we should put ourselves in the person's shoes. In Hausa, they say, "Kaiwa mutum uzuri." So make excuses for people and not, don't judge a book by its cover, basically. Take a break from the situation means excuse yourself or remove yourself from that environment that is triggering or, pushing your buttons. Conflict resolution simply means, if in the workplace now and I have 2 staff that are having issues.
Okay.
2 staff that are having issues. Sorry, is the person talking to me?
No, ma'am, please go on. We're going to mute all unmuted mics. Sorry for the distraction.
All right, no problem. Thank you. So conflict resolution says listen to the 2 parties and try and understand where they are coming from so that we are able to make informed decision on how to resolve whatever it is that is happening between them. Then seek professional help. We do not have all the answers, and so it will not be out of place to refer or suggest that people see professionals in the area of anger management. So the effects of anger on the body, I would like us to watch this video before I go on. Sorry, I need to. Let me play it. Can we all see?
No.
We can see you
No.
still.
No, we can't see the video.
Okay. Hold on, please.
We see you.
Sorry, I'm trying to share my screen again so that we can watch the video.
That's okay, ma'am.
Can you?
When emotions hit
We
you,
still see you.
think
Not the
We
video.
can see you.
moving to water.
I don't know why I
Ma'am,
can't.
yeah, we see a video. Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Sorry, let me play it then.
All right. Yay.
When emotions hit you, it's like ink pouring into water. Quickly gets more and more intense until you can't really see anything else clearly. Everything in your life is suddenly tainted with that feeling you don't want to have. You can't escape from it. You just want it to go away. People come to therapy thinking that someone is going to teach them how to escape from it. But in fact, what you learn is how to allow it to be there, welcome it even, to pay attention to it and see it for what it is. The ink is not the water, and the emotion is not you. It's an experience, a sensation moving through you. And when you allow emotion to be there without trying to block it out or make it go away, then you allow it to take its natural course. So over time, the emotion passes and you're ready for whatever comes next. I'm a psychologist.
Hey.
Can you see my slides?
We can still see the end of the video and we see you. That was amazing, by the way.
Thank you.
I'm supposed to allow the emotion to be there
Yes.
for a
Sit-
bit and until it passes all by itself.
Yes.
Okay. We're learning. Yes, we see your slide now.
Okay.
We see your slide now.
Okay. So, the research by a professor of medicine in the Division of Cardiology in New York observed some ways anger impacted blood vessel health. He said it made it harder for blood vessels to dilate. It also affected cellular markers of injury and their ability to repair themselves. So anger is not just something that we express and it stays there. It's something that also affects us, our health, blood vessel health. Dr. Ford, Associate Professor of Psychology at the University of Toronto, said the best approach to manage anger is to learn to process the feeling without letting it fester, just like the psychologist in the video said.
Yeah, good. I don't know why I learned that. Not sending something down when that's in that your voice. I don't know.
Ma'am, please continue. They're not talking to you. Let's mute the person.
Okay, so part of the we are advised to, since the video says we should sit with it and allow it run its course, we also need to equip ourselves with tools to use in the event that's happening. So part of what I would like to share is this anger management journal. This is a weekly journal. If we can see clearly, we have where we have triggers, we have anger level, we have anger management technique, and your anger level after you have tried to reduce the anger using the techniques. There are keys by your left, and then we have anger level. So for instance, now on Monday, if my trigger is, say, lies or disrespect, lies comes in the column here where my cursor is. And so how angry was I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 0, depending on whether it's very high, high, medium, or low. That would be written there, here, where my cursor is. And then what management of anger technique did I use? Did I excuse myself? Did I go for a walk? Did I talk to somebody? Did I, yoga poses? Did I do breathing exercises? Did I cry out loud or something? You write that there. And then when you did that, how did you feel? Was the anger still at the level that it was here when you were triggered? Or did it go down to maybe 0 or 4? So this is supposed to be something that would help you. You can do like a weekly review of your triggers and the techniques you used. This is supposed to help you understand which technique of anger management works for you. Because managing anger is not something that happens like this. It takes work, it takes patience, it takes consistency. It's something that you have to do over time. And this is supposed to help you track which technique is best suited or which technique works best for you so that you now use that. And then over time with consistency, you're able to master your anger. Are we clear? Can I go on?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Okay. So how do we support employees that express anger in the workplace? It is worthy of note that anger is often a manifestation of deeper issues. Anger is not an emotion that just like you wake up in the morning and open your eyes. It's not something that happens like that. There is always an underlying reason to people's outburst of anger. So how do we help them? Active listening. Active listening says that, so for example, I have somebody come into my office and is angry about something. And or maybe it's somebody that I know or from reviews by colleagues or their heads of department, this person is an angry person. He's always angry. You know, so that person has been tagged an angry person. Active listening says, when I engage the person, I don't listen to him to respond, to react. I listen to respond. And in listening to respond, you tend to read between the lines, and you're able to tell, maybe this anger is coming from a place of, I'm not able to take care of my responsibilities at home, or, you know, you woke up energized, and then before you got to work, you had a flat tire, you know, road safety did XYZ to you. You know, all of these things can affect how people respond to their colleagues or what have you at work. And not everybody is equipped with the skills or techniques to manage or control their emotions. So active listening would help people that express anger like that to get the support that they need. Also, offering resources for handling stress and getting emotional support. Anger sometimes comes from stress. You're stressed out about something, you don't know how to go about that emotion, and then it comes off as you being angry. So as somebody that is emotionally intelligent and knows a lot about anger management, you can offer, you know, a hand to people like that. Or like I said earlier, we do not always have the answers, so we can refer or avail them tools that they can use to empower themselves and also able to manage their emotions. So class activity. Chelsea, a manager, receives feedback during a performance review that her team finds her intimidating, unapproachable, and quick to anger. How do you think she would respond to this feedback without anger management and emotional intelligence skills? And how will this impact the team? So I would like for at least 2 or 3 people to share what they think or how they think Chelsea would respond to this feedback. Anyone?
Let me go.
Yes.
All right.
Go ahead.
So,
Okay.
first of all, we're looking at how Chelsea, the manager, will respond without anger management and emotional intelligence.
Yes.
The first thing is she's going to dismiss them. Now, what are we talking about? Do you think we came here to play? Please go and face your work and go and sit down and start your work. What are you doing here? Kind of nonsense is that? Who do you think am I your mates? Do you know how many years I've been in this field? Do you know what it took for me to? Should I continue? This is a typical response without anger management, without emotional intelligence, in my opinion.
Yes. So how do you think that would impact her response now, would impact the team?
Ma'am, you're directly asking me how such a thing impacted me in my younger years. You're triggering me.
Oh, okay.
So how did it impact me as an employee or a subordinate, having a manager or an upper line manager who was like this? I shut down. I didn't want to contribute if it didn't require that pen on paper role that was given to me. I was not doing it. I would just give Ishebi, you have spent 1 million years here, no problem. I'm spending 2 years. Let me give you my 2 years experience. That was what it did to me. And what I realized was that didn't allow me appropriate growth. You know, having had a better experience from a previous employer and manager, I found out that my growth was being stunted. I didn't want to give any extras. I didn't bother to consult my boss if there were difficulties. I would just do it any which way that is, available or possible at the time. So.
Thank you for sharing. So like you said, everything you said is what is expected. Somebody that Chelsea, not having anger management or any type of emotional intelligence skills, would act exactly like that or probably worse. Because people that are not emotionally intelligent or do not know their know-how on anger management are not people that take criticism well. So the default is defense. It's not me, it's them. It's not me, it's you. Instead of self-reflecting, introspect, and taking it constructively and doing what you're supposed to do with that feedback. So like you said, as the team, it will demoralize them. People would detach, people will shut down, nobody wants to say anything. Let's just go with the flow. Let's just be there, let's just be going. Let's go until the end of the day, we'll pack our bags and leave. So yes, thank you so much for sharing. So now we want to hear on the flip side, how would Chelsea respond if she had anger management and emotional intelligence skills, and how will that impact her team? I would love for somebody else to say something. Anyone?
Good morning.
Morning.
So are we still talking about how we should respond without or with now?
With now.
Okay. So
Yes.
with now, I think she would reflect
Okay.
from her. She would take a moment. She will not, unlike before that, she would react immediately. For now, she would take the feedback and maybe tell all of them to go. And after a while, she will now sit down, reflect, and think about what and check their feedback to her and take the sense, even if she feels it's nonsense, or she might not even feel it's nonsense now, but she will take the feedback, reflect over it, and think about what she can do when she acted that way and what she can do better, and then how would this impact the team? And then maybe go further ahead to maybe have a one-on-one with them, get their, why did I do, when did this happen? Or what happened before then, and reflect on all of those things. And how would this impact the team? Unlike before, when everybody would just feel there's no team and everybody is keeping to themselves and not happy to do the work, everybody will feel valued and feel listened to, which will give a stronger and better team to work with. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. True, everything you said is right. I don't think I need to say anything else. So yes. So people would be more willing to come forward with ideas which can help the organization as a whole they are working on or working with, or the sacrifices and compromises for their team to move forward. So thank you for sharing. Let's go on. So this is just basically what we already spoke about. The response with emotional intelligence and anger management, and then responses with and without, sorry. So like you can see here, it will boost morale and productivity. People will make efforts to engage more. The active listening we spoke about. Thank you so much. So, fostering emotional intelligence and promoting effective anger management skills among employees and leaders, organizations can cultivate a more supportive and productive workplace culture where conflicts are resolved and teams work together to achieve shared goals. When we pay more attention to the important things in life and recognize that most frustrations and inconveniences are trivial and temporary, we may have more control than we think. And this is basically what we're here to learn. So thank you for listening, and I will be open to answering questions.
Amazing. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. So, please, as usual, as is our usual character, kindly use your favorite emojis in the chat section and show appreciation. Because what she has done, what Mrs. Khadija Namtari has done now is to throw more light on anger management. You know, the things we need to do to ensure that we are managing that emotion, which the previous presenter told us is a normal emotion, just like any emotion. So we had a previous presenter who told us that anger is just like any emotion. And what is important is finding out how we use it to know if it is functional or dysfunctional. And so what you have done for us now is to elaborate on it, different aspects, and how we can manage it, and then drawing our attention to our specific actions that we might take to ensure that we are better regulated. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, I want to start with an observation. It may not necessarily be, it could be a question which I know you would give a yes or no answer. So I would call it an observation. So, can you see my hands akimbo? My hands are on my waist as I want to ask this question. Can you see?
Waiting for the question.
So what you're saying to me is that you said that anger, according to research, anger affects our blood vessel health.
Yes.
I crossed my heart. The first thing I thought about as soon as I listened to this was, yeah. So it means that if a woman is going into labor and she's angry, no dilation, and she would have very painful, elongated, stressful birthing. Is that what you mean, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Oh,
as much as it's difficult for us to relax when in labor.
Yes.
How do I put it? We cannot associate labor with relaxing. Like,
yes,
right?
yes,
But then
yes.
that I'm not a medical personnel, so if there's anyone in the house, help me out. I don't think that the way our blood vessels work when we are in labor is the same as when we are angry. Hence, the negative effect on the blood vessels when angry.
Yes.
As opposed to when in labor.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And one more thing I'd like to say is that anger management journal. Please, this is Babiala.
I will share it on the platform.
Thank you.
I will share
Ladies and gentlemen, so please, if you have questions for her on, managing anger and applying EI at the workplace, how to manage yourself as an employer and also your employees. So if you have any questions on how to navigate these axes, please kindly put in your questions. You can ask. Oh, please, MT Adeniro has a question. Please use your mic. We have time. Kindly use your mic.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you for the session. It was quite enlightening. It's almost like it's a step from where we came from the first session and addressing this. And now this one is now specific to a place. So thank you very much for that. And one of the tips you gave was that when you have a colleague that is having problems and managing anger in the workplace, one of the ways to help is to offer resources for handling stress and getting emotional support. Can you tell us maybe one or two of the resources or the tools to empower them to do this? At least.
To do what? Sorry, I didn't get the question.
Okay, you said one of the ways to help with anger management in the workplace is to avail employees with tools to empower them to their emotion and also to offer resources for handling stress and getting emotional support. So I'm saying, Can you share one of these tools, one or two of these tools or resources with us to help us share or even use it ourselves? Thank you.
Okay, so one of the tools that we can use is that journal that that was on the slide, and I would share it to I think OBK, right? Or Korede.
Yes.
I would share it to
OBK.
Yes, I would share it with him so that he can send it out. And then, like I said, we don't have all the answers. So we have experts in EQ that, can conduct trainings, workshops, and all of that to help your organization, if I got you correctly.
Thank you very much. Yes, you did. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. If anyone has any more questions, please also indicate, and then you can use the mic. I noticed that people are saying in the chat section that we should all have a presentation. As I said earlier, if you registered for this, we have your email, and we would send this to you. For those who probably came through some links that didn't require them registering, once you put your email address here, I think it will be picked up, and then we can share these presentations. These webinars, the Pan-African webinar, is for us to share a lot of knowledge. And so, yes, we ensure that that is what happens here. So please, is there anyone else who has a question to ask, maybe? I see a lot of emails popping up. All right. Thank you, ma'am. Wow, thank you so much for that amazing presentation. It was really, really insightful. Thank you so much. We really appreciate. If there are any more questions, we will take it as the time goes on. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Please, Amma, please, before you go, there was something I did not do for the previous presenter. Please, kindly leave us your contact. Please, kindly leave us your contact so that anyone here, whether on Zoom or on YouTube, who would want to reach out to you, would be able to reach out to you. If it's possible to, if you have your last slide, if it shows us details of how to contact you, we would appreciate if you can kindly put that back on the screen, or you can just put it in the comment section. But the one on the screen makes more impact usually. So thank you so much. And for our first presenter, Mrs. Hussaina Abdul, please kindly also share your contacts so that should anyone need to reach out to you for anything, whether in education or emotional intelligence and anger management, it will be easy peasy. We would like an email address, a phone number, and links to social networking sites, LinkedIn, maybe, Instagram, Facebook. Please, that would be appreciated. Thank you so much. Okay, so we are very much on time, and I would like for us to, take advantage of that. I love that this Mrs. Khadija was able to give us so much in so short a time. And if the COO of SECA Africa, Madame Stella, are you here? Is it okay? Can you give us a SECA announcements already, or do I continue? I like to speak English. If you allow me, I will speak English today.
Thank you so much. Thank you, the wordsmith. If our next facilitator is in the house, I think she can go on. If not, I can actually take the session. I can take SECA announcements, pardon me.
Yes, please.
Okay, so
yes, you can. She's in the room, but you can do the announcement. Okay
then. Hi, good morning, everyone. I hope it's been very insightful for you as it is for me. I have really, really enjoyed myself. I I like to call the first facilitator principal. Principal blew me away, and then Khadija has done the same. Thank you so much. It means that we're ready for the market, right? Khadija, let's begin to make money. You don't want to make money from this queue. I don't know what you're doing, but thank you so much for a very insightful session. And yes, slides, for those of us that have dropped our email addresses in the chat room, you'll get the slides, definitely. So if you want the material, please drop your email address. Okay, and then we'll take them and you get the materials. Thank you so much, Khadija. Thank you, Principal. This was very insightful. Yeah, at SECA Africa, we are very concerned about your business. We're very concerned about your mind and everything that has to do with your mind. Let me start with our clinic. With our clinic, we preach prevention, because therapy is very expensive. Yes, as much as I want you to give me your money, I will still tell you that it is better not to indulge. So as many people as we can tell, as many places as we can spread this gospel, let us tell them, let us preach prevention. Let us preach prevention than cure. Thank you. And then let's come to the business arm of SECA Africa. In SECA Africa, we do a lot of processes for your business, process re-engineering, and then we do a lot of documentations for your business. If you have a business, you don't know where you're headed, or it looks as though everything is shaky. You can't understand what the economy is doing to your business. Reach us and we will help you chart a course. Reach us at SECA Africa and we'll come into your business and brainstorm for a token. Yes. And then let's talk about the behavioral arm. Behavioral arm is where we talk about emotional intelligence and anger management. And of course, our facilitators today are proud graduates of our emotional intelligence and anger management classes. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Very
Yes,
well.
we can.
Okay.
Please. Yes, please.
Thank you. So, and then our facilitators for today are proud graduates. I hear them speak and I'm so proud. I'm like, oh, we're doing something good in SECA Africa. Yes, that's our behavioral arm. We do emotional intelligence, anger management. We certify life coaches as well. We certify mental health first aiders. So we have a mental health first aid class. We have mental health first aid classes that run for 2 levels. The first level talks about addiction. The second level is where you learn about grief. You learn about the human risk. You learn about trauma. You learn about how to meditate and the inception of mental health in Nigeria. Then the level 3 is where we talk about family, where we talk about adverse and positive experiences for the children, or how the first 18 years have affected our lives and how we have grown up with everything that happened in the first 18 years of our lives. So whether it was positive or it was adverse. So that's for our mental health classes. And then we have the human response code, which is also termed peer mastery class. We'll share the link to our calendar for the next half of the year. For the next half of the year, we'll share the link to our calendar in the chat room. You can visit us. You can visit our website. It is www.secaafrica.com. Yeah, SECA Africa. And all social media handles, post it in the chat room. It is my SECA Africa. SECA Africa. Because we are close to you and then we are always here for you. Thank you for having me. Thank you, the wordsmith. That'll be all for now.
Thank you so much here. Oh, just a moment. Don't go away. I see you were racing. So I'd like to ask you a few more questions, just a few questions to, throw clarity. And it's as regards your program, especially when it comes to emotional intelligence, anger management, and the first aider programs. What are the foundational knowledge that someone who's trying to come and go through these programs in SECA Africa, what are the foundational knowledge that the person needs to have? I mean, do I need to have, is it possible for children, like teenagers, young adults? Do they need to have gotten a first degree? Or, someone asking, what is the foundational knowledge that is important or necessary before we can take part in these programs?
Interest. That's the only knowledge you need. You just need to be interested in, you just need,
Really?
yes, you just need to be interested in learning more about emotional intelligence and anger management. So when you come to class, we tell you to learn for you first. So you're not in class thinking about, oh, we paint a scenario and you're like, oh, that's my son. Oh, that's my daughter. Oh, that's my colleague. Oh, that's my family member. So it is interest. So you don't have to have a first degree in mental health, or you don't have to have the first degree in human resources, or you don't. So it is interest. It starts with interest. Are you interested in this? Do you want to learn more? Do you want to know more about this? And then you can start. Usually the foundational classes for us at SECA Africa is emotional intelligence and anger management, because it actually sets the tone for the other classes. It makes mental health more relatable. It makes understanding mental health easier.
Okay, and these programs are fully certified. Do you work in collaboration with foreign organizations and such stuff? Yes, please.
Yes. So for the emotional intelligence and anger management, we certify with Century University, California. And then for mental health, we are associated with a few bodies abroad. So we're associated with Malabo, help me. Are you there? So with our mental health director is in the room. I don't know if she can speak. With the mental, so we're associated with a few bodies. We can actually.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, Happy Malabo! I want to see your video.
You can see her face. You can see her face.
Hello.
Okay. Yes, Malabo, please, yes, we can hear you.
I'm sorry, my network was it got stuck for a few seconds.
Okay. So
you're talking about mental health first aid courses, right?
Yes. And then our
COO needs your bailout. What are affiliations? I was asking, is SECA Africa affiliated with foreign organizations since these courses and programs are fully certified?
Yes. Okay. So for some of the courses, the ones that need additional accreditation, we have that for them. And then for the separate courses, we sometimes partner with international organizations to deliver the courses when there is a special requirement for it. So when a class, for example, if a group comes and they need a specific accreditation for a mental health training that we're doing for them, or any other training that we're doing for them, we get the accreditation that is needed for them to be recognized globally. Now, our mental health first aid courses initially were in partnership with we're through the accreditation from, I think, Centurion, but that was in our early years of mental health first aid. And right now we are accredited through our facilitators. So all our facilitators are actively licensed. All our facilitators are actively licensed in our various industries. So we have the psychiatrists, the clinical psychologists, the addiction coaches. All our facilitators are actively licensed. At SECA Africa, we don't play with our licenses, right? So everyone knows that even before we recruit anyone, the first consideration usually is credentialing. Coach Sam is very intentional about credentialing, and that shows in our brand. So that reflects in everything that we do. I hope that answers the question.
So much. Absolutely, it does. It does. Please, do look in the chat section, in the chat box, so that you can get links to SECA Africa. If you are on YouTube Live, I hope there's someone putting it in there. But otherwise, it is www.secaafrica.com, CERCA Africa.com. When you go on there, you can get all the details, and then there are numbers to call. COO, Ms. Taylor, please, can you confirm these numbers are also on the website, right?
Yes, they're both on the website, and then they are both on WhatsApp. Oh,
yes, absolutely. So please do contact SECA Africa. There is loads and loads and loads to learn on behavioral and emotional intelligence. from SECA Africa. This is a global organization, and everything you get from here is premium at a relatively handsomely affordable rate, right? So please, you can thank me later. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, COO, my favorite person. It's nice to have you at the other end. Yes, please. Thank you so much. All right. You have an amazing, enjoy the rest of the program and have an amazing afternoon. All right. I'd just like to confirm that my next speaker is online. I would like to, I know I have 10 minutes to midday before she's due to come on, and I'm going to give her that time to, get ready. All right. And so while we're giving her that time to get ready, I'd like to just do a sort of a recap again. So far, I actually didn't realize that we were going to have such intensive classes on emotional intelligence. And I wanted to share an experience with you. I'm a teacher. I didn't introduce myself. Someone drew my attention to that. I'm sorry. My name is Omelogo Nadi, aka the Wordsmith, aka the Children Natural. I have my initial training background in mass communication. I worked radio and television for 12 years plus before I resigned. Remember, I shared an experience with you about a boss who gave me some work to do, and I did extra, and he put me on the news. Yes, that was while I worked in radio about 17, maybe 18 years ago. And then after that, I moved from radio to television, where I had a crazy experience and all that. And so that initial training was mass communication, active work. And then I moved over to education because I've always had love for children. And today I earned that alias as the Children Natural. I have a way with words and I have a way with children. And so I want to quickly share an experience with you. So I teach a school. I teach a set of 11 to 15-year-olds at a secondary school. I teach them public speaking, creative writing, and creative storytelling. And so a couple of weeks ago, I had this new set of students join my class. They were mandated to join my class because they were prefects, just became prefects, and then they were mandated to go and take their public speaking class. And so they all showed up. It looked like they had to be dragged into my class. But I don't have a problem as someone who has that basic to a bit average awareness of emotional intelligence. I know there are a lot of things that I can apply to handle situations that might be challenging, right? And so I'm not worried that people are forced into my class. My duty is to pay attention to how can I make them relax and actually enjoy this class and see reasons why they should be here. And so that was the task for me for the first class. And so the first class, they started to settle. I used icebreakers, make them see this teacher. I'm your teacher, but I'm approachable. So everybody calm down and let's have fun. But there was this one student that was very heady. The girl, she just would not calm down. She would do the rolling of eyes and, looking away and snapping, all these teenage, we've arrived kinds of attitudes. I didn't smile. But the smile was in my head. I just kept a straight face and we continued. That was the first class. By the second class, she had become even more confrontational. Not with words, but, snapping, saying she needed to leave the class because there was another class. So she asked to leave my class. I told her, okay, you can go. It's not like you even wanted to be here in the first instance, so you can go. But when she went out, she was sent back into my class by a teacher who was a coordinator for the clubs, right? And she was sent back. When she left, 2 other students left with her, and they said they had a clashing lesson. And then I said, you can't have a clashing lesson with my club. I'd rather you go for the lesson, which is a core subject, and then we can find a way to, teach you the things we learned in the club. I realized they were science students. So the art students were left in my class and we continued. So when they came back, and I said, why are you back? I said, you were sent back. They said, no, they weren't sent back. I said, no, I'm not upset. Go tell your teacher I said you can go for your classes, return later. And by the time they came back a second or third time, I was like, no, I'm not upset. You don't know. They said, no, they don't want to stay. I was like, why do you want to stay? Because you were sent back. They said, no, they just decided. I said, you couldn't have decided because I see how four of you left. It was voluntary. So, no, don't worry. I'm not upset, but I don't want you in my class. The other three left, but this particular student refused to go. And I was like, Madam, small madam, I think you have to leave my class right now. She's like, oh, no, she doesn't want to go. She has to stay. I said, I insist that you leave because you have been quite disrespectful over the past 2 weeks. And then you're being very disrespectful right now, refusing to leave my class, even though I insist I am the teacher, not you. So this was how I was speaking. Was I upset? No. Why? I had this realization. Whenever a child or a person, a human being, is exhibiting some attitudes, that's their way of complaining about something. If you're patient, you'll find out what it is they're complaining about, especially children. Bad attitudes are usually their cry for help. If you find out what they're crying about, you would solve the problem. So I wasn't upset. I just said, this young lady there's something happening, and I'm going to have a discussion with the school management to find out what it is. And so I insisted that she left. After I said, so I need you to leave now because you're disrespecting me and you cannot continue to be in my class if you're disrespecting me. So please leave. If you do not leave, it means the class ends now. All the students turned and started looking at her. Auntie, our class is going to end because of you. She left. After the class, I went to meet the coordinator. Of course, the other students had told them what happened. Everybody was alarmed. Maybe this woman is going to cancel the club. She's not going to take it again. I met the coordinator. I said, there's something wrong. There's something wrong with this young lady. If not at school, then at home. And I'm going to give you the responsibility to find out what it is. She's complaining. There's a problem. I'm not upset. She found me, the student found me later that afternoon. I was apologizing. Madam, please, I'm so sorry. I will not this. I said, no, what are you sorry about? Is it for last week or this week or both or what? I said, I'm not upset. If you're apologizing because you think I'm upset, I'm not upset. You and me have a different kettle of fish to boil. Guess what? She's now the most attentive in my class. She has calmed down. I ask questions, she answers. She still has the attitude, but guess what? She is very accommodating, very obedient, very helpful, And so this helps a whole lot. I hope the story has been able to help someone here. And so I want to confirm that our next speaker is online. Please, can you let us know? Can you let me know?
Oh, yeah,
Madame Simone. Absolutely. Oh, that's amazing. So let me tell you who is going to take on the stage from me in a moment. Simone L. Bowen is a seasoned speaker, certified corporate trainer, a personal development coach, a human resources strategist, and a consultant, a leadership advisor. My goodness. Let me pause and continue. Simone Bowen is also a men's empowerment advocate. He's an educator, a mentor, a newspaper columnist. He even sings. Soulful singer and radio and television host. She was named as a Caribbean Woman to Watch in 2018 and was honored as a mentor of the Year by Project Bahamas in 2022. 2 years ago, she has authored 7 books. Simone has worked with small, medium, and large corporations in her area of specialty and passion, shaping vision and strategy, leadership development, and culture transformation. And she has a BA in English and Master's in Caribbean. She's Bahamian. My goodness. In Portuguese, Bahamian. And she has numerous certifications and masters in career and human resource development. She's worked in public and private sectors, and she's currently the founder and lead consultant of boutique training and consulting firm Limitless Life. She's joining us from Nassau, Bahamas. Welcome, Madame Simone Bowie. Thank you so much. It's such an honor to have you here. Please let me see you. Madame Simone. Oh, fantastic. I'm meeting you for the 3rd time, and I'm still as excited as the first time. How are you, ma'am? You're good?
I am very well. It is
How is the
7
Bahamas
a.m. 7
today?
a.m.
Oh my goodness. 7 a.m. and we are at midday. It's so good to have you. Thank you so much. This is a lot. I mean, did you even get some sleep yesterday?
Not much.
Oh, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Thank you, ma'am. So please, the floor is yours for the next 45 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And you are doing such a wonderful job hosting and navigating through this webinar today. So hats off to you. Yeah, I've been enjoying you.
Thank
And
you.
all of our presenters so far. It's really been
Absolutely.
a wonderful morning so far. Well worth getting up. And so I actually want to piggyback off your story because I have a similar story. And I think for many of us who either teach or facilitate have stories like yours. And I would have to say that started my journey, and I didn't know it then. It's always great when you can put language around what you experience, right? And so I can look back on this particular experience and say, okay, this is my taste of emotional intelligence. So I started my career in education as a teacher in junior high school. So in the Bahamas, we kind of model after either the British or the US systems. So I taught in grades, we call them grades 7 to 10. So that's usually students who are ages 13 to, well, maybe 12. I would say age 12 to about 14 or so. That age group was where I was teaching English language and literature. And there was a student that I had. I mean, I had a number of students. And I think when you are a rookie teacher, they give you all the students that all the other teachers never want to have. So I had very challenging classes, behaviorally, students who would do what your student did, act out, challenge your authority, just very playful and wild. And it took so long to get them in order to start to teach and all of those other things. But this particular student stood out to me because of the impact that it had on me and my emotional intelligence. So this is a 9th grade class, literature class. And in literature, I love literature because it allows us to talk about anything. As you read and you analyze what you read, and it just allows you to explore the world. And in this particular class, this student always had an opinion. And she always had an opinion that was divergent, that was different from what other people had to say. And for some reason, she triggered me. And like I said, I didn't know it then, but the trigger for me was she annoyed me. And I was this girl, you know, and I think I found her to be rude. And I never said anything to her. I never challenged her in class or anything. I allowed her to be herself. But I realized that her being herself triggered a reaction in me. And it wasn't until years later that I reflected. I don't know why she came to mind, but perhaps it was because of my journey and understanding emotional
ìkejì yẹn repair ló
intelligence.
máa ń ṣe fún àwọn.
I realized that she wasn't rude. What she did was she was very authentic. She was confident. She spoke her mind. She was able to express herself and what she thought. And I realized that they were qualities that I didn't have for myself.
Oh, wow.
I am the teacher. I am supposed to be the fount of all knowledge and wisdom and all of these things. She challenged my belief system on young people, because I don't know what it may be like in Africa. I feel like it may be very similar because we come from you, the Caribbean. We are you.
Yes.
And so there's a belief that children should be seen and not heard. That is something that we teach. And so when you
That's us.
That's us, right? Okay.
Yes.
So there's a belief there that children should be seen and not heard. So to be an expressive child means that you are rude. And if you are a good child, you will know your place. You will speak when you are spoken to. You will toe the line. You will fit
You
in.
will obey.
Obey. You will conform.
Yes.
And what I have realized over the years is sometimes if we are going to be limitless, which is my company name, if we are going to truly be authentic and live purposefully, that sometimes we have to disrupt what we have always known. And we cannot just accept certain things as what is and what is right, but that some things we have to unlearn. And so she taught me that I had to unlearn that belief that children should be seen and not heard. And that because she was expressing herself, that she was rude and that there was something wrong with her. Now, of course, there's a way that you should express yourself, but you should express yourself because at the end of the day, when you are in the workplace, when you are in relationships, when you are navigating society, we are expecting you now to show these qualities and do them well. How can we do them if we don't allow to teach it and to practice it in our daily lives? So fast forward to probably 20 years later, and we somehow discovered each other on Facebook. And I reached out to this student and I said, hi, how are you? How are you doing? And all of these. And I told her, I want to thank you. And she said, for what? I said, you completely changed my belief about young people and my approach to teaching. She said, me? I said, yes, you. I said, you were so out there. You had always had an opinion. And I said, I marvel at that. I said, and I think that it was very brave. And I really admire you for that. You challenged me to be a better teacher and a better person. And she said, well, I'm glad that you took it that way because I was just a rude teenager. And we had a good laugh about it. But I want to just preface my comments on what I will share today on that this is the start of emotional intelligence, is our ability to be self-aware and to understand what triggers us and then how we respond to those triggers. So I will share my presentation, and I'm going to ask those persons who are joining us today in the audience. I'm going to challenge you, so you just better get ready, because we are going to talk about our emotions today. And I think this is something too that culturally we just don't do, right? We don't normalize emotions. We don't make it okay. We invalidate emotions and we say, you shouldn't feel what you feel. Get over it. We tell our boys, don't cry when you hurt. You're not allowed to have and express emotions the way girls do. And we tell our girls, don't be so emotional. Get over it, right?
Don't be a crybaby.
Don't be a crybaby. Big girls don't cry. Big boys don't cry. So many things that we have to unlearn. And in my session that is continuing, I know the time is ticking, but I want to focus on the workplace, but I want us to also see how this really impacts us personally. So for those of us in the audience, tell me about, oh my goodness, my slides are just jumping. Tell me about your current mood. And here's the rules of engagement. I do not want you to tell me that you are happy, sad, angry, or afraid. I call them the big four. Happy, sad, angry, afraid. A lot of times we think that those are the big emotions, and they are the big ones, right? But there are so many layers to what we feel. So if we take happy, for instance, I can be content. I can be fulfilled. I could be ecstatic. I can be enthusiastic. If I am sad, I can feel disappointed, depressed, right? So we can see the levels of what we can feel in our emotion. So I want us to, and let's be transparent and vulnerable and honest. How do you feel right now? And remember, you cannot use those 4 words: happy, sad, angry, afraid. So who's going to be brave and share your current mood? Inspired, thank you. Exciting. It's excited learning this new way of intelligence. Lovely. Let's keep it going. How are you feeling right now? Put a new language to, and this is helping you to understand yourself. Motivated, fabulous. All right. We've got some good energy in the room today. Let's keep it going. Elated, ooh, relaxed, pumped. Yes, you are. And you're keeping us pumped too. Let's go, let's go. Let's hear a few more. Now, I also want to point something out here, that sometimes, okay. See, you are very much what we would say in the spirit. Ecstatic. All right. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Now, this is the thing that I wanted to point out, and that's why I was very happy when I saw you use the word anxious, right? And this could be anxious in a good way or anxious in a not so good way. But what we tend to do sometimes as humans is we may be surrounded by people who are feeling a certain way, and it then becomes perhaps intimidating to share something that is different. So the energy that's coming through in the chat is very positive. So if I'm not feeling that way, I could be very tempted to not want to share exactly how I'm feeling or to share something that everyone else is feeling because I don't want to stand out. And it takes bravery to be that authentic and to say, you know what, I'm celebrating the fact that you all are inspired and motivated and pumped and gratified, but I'm not feeling that way. I feel anxious today. I'm a bit worried. I'm worried about my performance. You know, how am I doing hosting this webinar? Or maybe I have something going on in the background and it's making me anxious, something I have to deal with. Maybe there's a conversation that this session has brought something up in me that now I feel like I need to have a very important conversation and I don't know how to address that. I feel overwhelmed. There's a lot going on in my life. You know, I have to attend this webinar because I want to be better, but there's just so much going on. There's so much for me to handle. You know, I feel afraid. And I could be afraid of so many things, afraid of the future, afraid of things that are transpiring in the world, afraid of, you know, things that are not going as I'd like them to be, afraid that maybe at this stage of life I should have been further along and that I'm not going to accomplish my dreams. And here we go. This has been my challenge, which I wish to overcome. And is this the challenge to actually truly say how you feel, to truly express? This has been something that I've struggled with a lot. And it comes through, you know, when you dig deeper into yourself and understanding these things, then you realize how much work we need to do, right? Because when you get into the place of people pleasing, that comes from a place, right? And a lot of things that we struggle with come from places of trauma that we've experienced in our lives. And a lot of the trauma that we've experienced comes from childhood experiences and even from the womb and even ancestral generational trauma. And so when we talk about people pleasing, for instance, it may be, you know, I don't want to share how I really feel because I want to be connected. I want to feel connected. I want to belong. I don't want to feel like you're not going to like me anymore or respect me. And then what does that mean? And I dig deeper into that because perhaps I have a fear of being alone, you know, or being isolated or lonely, right? They're two different things. Being alone and lonely are two different things. So this exploration of our emotions is critical to us being successful in life as a person and as a leader and as someone that participates in society and at work, church, wherever we live life. You feel bad that your battery is low and may throw me off the class? Listen, you will have to find a solution. Make it work. We're going to talk about that. All of that is a part of emotional intelligence, right? And so I'm very excited about this. I get very excited talking about this topic because it's just so relevant in life. And just before I leave this this segment here, I wanted to share an experience that I have. A friend of mine that I actually went to high school with is, I would call her a healing practitioner. She's not a doctor, but she does emotional healing. And she conducts a retreat here in the Bahamas called Healing the Child Within. When I tell you, it is powerful. And she does it in series on the stages of child development. So the first in the series was dealing with your experience in the womb. And this last experience was going a little further, your entrance into the world. So coming out of the womb, and then in those first 2 years of your life, and how, you know, in the first 5 years, these are when the imprints come, the imprints of your beliefs and how you see the world and how you experience the world, even at that very young age. And when I tell you, she did this activity, and I don't want to share all of what she does, I guess, you know, that's her information, but this activity was so powerful. And she creates a very trusted space. So the group was very small. It was just about 5 of us. And each of us had to go through the experience of being back in the womb again, and then coming out of the womb and being at this stage of being a toddler. And then in that stage, you know, we call them the terrible twos. But really in that stage, this is when you are forming your will. So your ability to see what's happening, make decisions, create now independence. This is you separating from mother and finding your own space and your own voice in the world. And when I tell you all, this is not a part of what I prepared, but I don't know why I'm being led this way. So perhaps someone needs to hear this. Maybe I need to hear this again as well. So she recreated this experience for us. And so before we go through this experience, she would ask, what do you need in this experience? And what do you want us to give to you? What are your preferences? Some people would say, I don't want to be touched. Some people would say, I want to be touched. Someone said, I would love to hear a story. Someone was, I'd love to hear a particular song, right? So it was very interesting. So let me describe the experience that I had. So she had a few couches in the room. And so one couch represented the womb. And then the other couch across from that represented your toddler stage. And then there was another chair or the rest of the room that you could venture out in as you gained your confidence to separate yourself from this loving community, right? So here was my experience. I sat on this couch that represented the womb, and I covered myself. She had blankets and whatnot, so I covered myself with the blankets. So I couldn't see anyone. And I couldn't hear anyone. I knew that they were there, but it was so quiet. And in the first few moments, and when I tell you, and I am a grown woman, but when I tell you that an extreme terror came over me, the longer I stayed under that blanket, in the silence, I felt terrified. I felt disconnected. I felt like if I didn't get out of there, that I would have lost my mind. That was the experience that I had in this recreated womb experience. And so for me, my personal journey has always been, you know, I'm trying to find myself. And I think this is what has drawn me to this work, because so many of us experience this. We're trying to find ourselves. We're trying to be the best person we could be. We're trying to understand patterns of behavior, and we call them mistakes, things and choices that we make in our lives that take us in a path that takes us away from the best self that we want to be. Why am I doing these things? Why do I continue to do these things? Why do I allow certain things to happen to me, right? And I said, there has to be something that has happened or that has caused this deep ingrained thing to drive this behavior. So, of course, we can think of traumatic things that happen in our lives and they contribute to it. But I never thought that my experience in the womb actually played a part in it. And in actual fact, I left out a step because we had to, before we went into the womb, there was like an altar that she had created, and we had to spend time at the altar before going to the womb. So of course this represents, and of course we have different beliefs, but it represents wherever we feel we are before we are deployed to the earth, right? In that spiritual realm. And so in that realm, I felt very powerful and very supported. I felt the presence of my persons who were in the session with me. I felt their presence. I felt heat. I felt powerful. And then I went to the womb and I am terrified. And I completely forget that feeling of being connected and being powerful. And when I took the blanket off, because I said, now I'm ready to get out of this. I need to get out of this phase of living. And I moved over to the toddler phase. And there I found it, again, very supportive. But I found that I was very afraid of receiving the love that they had for me. I found it difficult to give them eye contact, because in the eye contact, I was able to see the depth of their love for me and the support that they had for me and their smiling faces and positivity. And that made me afraid.
What?
Can you believe this? And then as I sat in it, and I sat in the feeling of fear, and their constant, consistent show of love and support settled me. I started to feel settled in my spirit. I started to feel comfortable, and I felt stronger. And in the comfort and the cradle of their love and unwavering support, I felt that I was now ready to venture out and express my voice in the world. And I got up from that couch and I went out to the other part of the room. And I had to really process all of it. And I went back and I sat with them again. And then I came back out and I left for a longer period of time. And I felt my confidence growing and growing and growing. And then I ended that experience. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that powerful? And for me, it was life-changing, life-changing. Because it caused me to realize the deeper things that we are experiencing in life and having to understand them, having to understand what we're feeling in any given moment and why we are feeling it, and how we need to sit in the emotion that we're feeling. We are typically taught that even if we feel something that we even label as bad, which is fear or depression or anxiety or grief, even feeling a sense of loss, struggling with change, that we should squash that feeling and we should try to suppress it to the point that we don't feel it anymore, and we just cover it up with happiness. And then we wonder why it doesn't stick. And so while I am a supporter, strong supporter of using affirmations and all of these things to keep us grounded in the belief of who we are, we have to challenge the belief that's telling us that we are not who we are. And we can't challenge that until we understand where it's coming from. I hope I'm making sense here. I would love to get some feedback at this point of this sharing.
Absolutely.
What
We're
are your
enthralled.
takeaways from this? Talk to me. Talk to me. I promise you I'm going to move on and give you some information. But I want to hear from you. Hello.
Yes, can I say
We're
something?
here.
Yes, please.
Go ahead, Babong.
Okay,
No,
good
no, go ahead. I
afternoon,
was only
all.
saying we're here.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I was actually on transit when I got this, and I'm actually busy behind here. But when the speaker started speaking, I said, wow, that is me talking. When she started talking about a young girl. My name is Ima Bongladikwa Sanusi. I'm a psychologist and therapist. I rehabilitate and reintegrate trafficked victims of child labor and irregular migrants. We have a shelter where we have girls, and currently we have 22 girls in the shelter. So last week, Sunday, I was relaxing at home when I got a call from the matron that something is going on in the shelter. Well, I didn't understand, and I didn't want to, put people at risk the more. I just asked, is there anyone in danger? So on Monday, when we were having a group session, I had to interact with the girls. What happened? One of the girls said that she just felt like singing. And when she was singing, something told her to pray for her friend because one of them was ill. And when she got near her and prayed for her, she fell down. Well, that is strange. But what I could see is that that girl had a gift somehow, because we are not religious based, and we actually partner with religious organizations when it comes, if you're a Muslim, if you're a Christian. But my takeaway from your first opening was that sometimes we learn from those children. And this same girl, when we're currently running a project by Swiss Embassy on enhancing capacity on trauma-informed care. When we're doing a visioning session, this same girl said she has seen herself, she's going to have children, and she has seen herself getting married. Wow. The rest are still traumatized because most of them, out of 6 that will just join the shelter, 7 just joined the shelter, and out of 7, 6 are victims of sexual abuse. So what I'm trying to say in essence is that childhood matters. Adverse childhood experiences or pleasant or pleasure childhood experiences actually matters and forms and shapes our belief system on who we think we are. So thank you so much. I'm really enjoying your talk. Although I wasn't ready to talk, but since you said, can someone just say something? I couldn't wait. I said, let me just say something. So thank you, organizers. Thank you for having me today. Good morning all.
Good morning, and thank you for sharing that. Yes, we are challenging ourselves to speak, so I am glad that you did. Thank you so much. Does anyone else wish to share? Let's go. One more person. Let's step out of that box. Let's be vulnerable.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hi, Simone, Stella. Good evening. Good morning to you and good afternoon to those of us in Nigeria. And then to those of us joining from out of Nigeria, good evening, good afternoon. So yeah, when you were speaking, when you spoke about moving from the womb stage to the toddler stage, something struck, like the last speaker rightly spoke about adverse and positive experiences. If at the point you moved from the womb stage to the toddler stage, you met a lot of hostility, you met a lot of a lot of you met a lot of negativity, it would be like a norm for you, and it would shape how your next stage would pan out. So it would shape it would shape your belief system, it would shape how you relate or respond to people and events. So yes, that's my contribution from your conversation.
Yes, I felt that. I felt that because it made me think of my experience, that and I thought about that, I was surrounded by people that were showing me love. What if I was not? What if I was surrounded by people who were telling me what I was not, or that I'm a terrible person, I'm being rude, shut up, do all of these things, right? Then how I enter the world, how I use my voice would be completely different. I may not even want to leave, or I may run away and not want to reconnect with my community, right? So many different ways. So thank you for sharing that. I think that is very powerful and important. And so I was sharing just a bit on why we need emotional intelligence in our environment. And I'll talk a little bit about how this plays out for us at work.
Hey, Janet, I just wanted to let you know I'll be submitting PTO for December 17th and 18th. Just submit it on the request form. I don't know if I'll be able to approve it. Okay. Hello? Hey, Veronica, it's Janet. Oh, hey, Janet. I see you're not in today. Is there a reason? Yeah, no, I told you I wasn't going to be in today or tomorrow. I do remember the conversation, but I told you to put it on the form. Oh, yeah, no, I know you wanted me to submit it on the request form, and I did, but it was more of a letting you know that I wasn't going to be there versus a request, because I work all year and I save up my PTO and I should be able to use it when I need it. Veronica, you know that we're very short-staffed right now. And I also know that you guys have interviewed about 7 people and you're just being super picky. So the fact that you're short-staffed really shouldn't fall back on me. I mean, you're already out today, so I can't do anything about that, but I really, really need you to come in tomorrow. I won't be in tomorrow. Hello? Veronica, hello? Veronica, hello, Veronica.
So meet Veronica. She's become very popular and viral on TikTok, expressing how employees feel at work. But I have a question. Drop a 1 in the chat if you think that Veronica was showing high emotional intelligence. Do you think that Veronica is emotionally intelligent? And what about her manager? Do you think that her manager was being emotionally intelligent? Now, definitely Veronica would be considered a bit rude, right? Because you can't submit a request and then say, well, I only submitted it as a request, but I'm taking the days off anyway. She definitely has a very triggering personality. Veronica 0. She is not emotionally intelligent. Right? Yes, too assertive. She's presumptuous, right? She's not following policy. And so we would say, well, is she being made to be a certain way? No. There are rules and policies in place for a reason. The manager was showing emotional intelligence. Why? Because she maintained her control. She kept her cool. She was able to, express herself and what was needed. Veronica is very opinionated. So you have to snatch it sometimes, eh? Yeah, sometimes you got to tell them what's going on. Tell them, in the Bahamas, we'll say you got to tell them what time it is. But this has an impact in the workplace, right? And emotions at work can sometimes either make it difficult or make it easier to navigate what we have to do while we are at work. And we have to understand the concept of emotional intelligence so that we can be more aware of what may be triggering someone else and what may be triggering us as we navigate working and interacting together, because that's really the crux of emotional intelligence, is understanding the self, understanding others, and then being able to regulate how we feel and then manage relationships as we understand how other people feel. Those are the quadrants that I will share in just a few moments. So when we look at top 10 skills and leadership skills, particularly in crisis and change, as we are seeing in the world now is in flux, right? And lots of things going on. When we look at these skills, empathy, truthfulness, clarity, prioritization, risk mitigation, empowerment, agility, communication, execution, cost management. If we were to separate these top 10 skills, you will see that the majority of them are more human-related, what we call soft skills that are related to emotional intelligence. And there are perhaps maybe 4 of them that actually deal with technical skills or hard skills. So that means that when we are at work, we have to employ these soft skills. I like to call them power skills, really. And that is what actually makes it difficult or makes it draining, right? And some people, if you are extrovert, you love the interactions. You love the diversity of the personalities, and that is what drives you, but it doesn't drive everyone in the same way. So it's very important for us to understand the role that emotions play. And if you are a leader, your role in helping to navigate all of these things and continue to create a harmonious environment. So when we look at these qualities at work, I wanted to pull out 4 of them that I find critical for today's workplace. One is resilience. And I talked about that before, right? Is your ability to bounce back well from hardship. And so when we go through struggles, we have to be able to come back. And yes, we may be bruised. Yes, we may be hurt. But when we can come back well, it means that we have asked ourselves, what did I need to learn from that experience? How did I grow from that experience? And I can move on. When people cannot move on, it means that they are stuck now. They are stuck and they are unable to either process what they experienced in the struggle, or they're still holding on to the negative attributes of the struggle. And so, very interesting fun fact, there's a website and an organization called 6 Seconds. 6 Seconds, and their website is 6seconds.org. But they share a very interesting fun fact that we feel an emotion for 6 seconds, any emotion. So that means that if you know somebody who has been angry for 30 years, they want to be angry. They are nurturing that feeling. And that's what some people do. They keep themselves in that state because they keep rehearsing the experience that got them to that state. But really and truly, we only feel a burst of emotion in that given moment. Another that I find huge in today's workplace is empathy. The ability to demonstrate understanding of others and compassion. So in that little scene with Veronica, Veronica did not display empathy for the situation that the manager and her work environment was in and the position that she probably put her coworkers in. Now, no one's saying she can't take time off, but is there a point where we can come to a win-win, right? By demonstrating understanding and compassion. And we do show empathy in so many different ways to so many different people. This is a critical skill in service roles, customer service, understanding where someone is coming from and being able to deliver. The next one is agility, the ability to be flexible, the ability to shift, or as we heard in the last several years through the pandemic, to pivot, right? Our ability to shift, to change, to be flexible requires great emotional intelligence. Why? Because as humans, we are creatures of comfort. As much as we love change and diversity and excitement, we also love things to remain stable. And stability represents sameness, consistency, that things would remain the same. But in this world today, we have to be able to shift and move. And so that is what I was sharing earlier when I can't remember your name, but you shared that you were feeling a little upset that your battery may die and you may have to drop out of the session. Agility says, let me find a way. Resilience says, I am going to overcome this struggle and I'm going to overcome it well, because why? I went through this before where I was doing something and I needed to be fully charged. Maybe it means that I have to do some things differently. People who know me always know my phone is always dying. But I realized, okay, what do I need to do? I need to fully charge my phone at night when I'm not using it. If I can be in an area where I can keep my phone on charge, then I can do it. And trust me, I do understand. I know this will make you laugh. I do understand NEPA. And so we have our challenges here. The name of our company is called BPL. And trust me, we have our moments. We call it load shedding. And so we'd have times where we won't have power, but we could still prepare for that, right? That is what agility and resilience does. Maybe we need to invest in a power pack that will allow us to keep the phone on charge. Yes, y'all laughing at me. Y'all want to know how I know about NEPA, huh? And then communication. Communication means our ability to clarify issues, to address issues, to give feedback, to inspire action. We need great communication skills. We need to be able to express how we feel in a given moment or how something has made us feel, right? So these skills I find are great qualities of emotional intelligence that we need to display at work today. Here's an interesting statistic as well, that 90% of the difference between an average and an outstanding manager is emotional intelligence. So leaders that people connect with are those leaders who know how to connect with people. Interesting, huh? Who know how to regulate themselves, because guess what? As leaders, you'll be triggered. If you had an employee like Veronica, she could trigger you on a good day, right? Because Veronica is in her own world and she doesn't want you to mess with her world. She doesn't realize that she's on a job, that she has a different world and different set of rules to live in. So you have to understand yourself, be able to control yourself, understand Veronica, where she's coming from. Her behavior is being driven by her values, certain things that she believes. So maybe you got to understand Veronica a little better to be able to deal with Veronica better, right? And that is where these things come into play. So with emotional intelligence, you know, as a definition, and of course, Daniel Goleman did not, quote unquote, invent it, but his book kind of put emotional intelligence at the forefront and really made us examine the importance of our ability to recognize, understand, manage our own emotions, and understand and influence the emotions of others. So here is a model, and this is where I'm rushing to get to before I end. And it is this model of emotional intelligence. And so I want us to just close out our time on this and looking at, again, the self-awareness, understanding and accurately assessing your mood. And that's why we started where we started this morning or this afternoon, right? Our ability to be confident in who we are and what we feel. And then that goes to self-management, our ability to control, our ability to be transparent, because I can be transparent because I am confident in what I feel. And I am not concerned so much about what you think of me and how I feel, but it's important for me to share how I feel. It also gives me the ability to adapt, right? To shift and to change. Why? Because my anchor is my knowledge of self, my identity, who I am, right? It gives me the drive to achieve. It gives me motivation. Understanding my emotions gives me motivation. It gives me the drive to achieve my goals. And it gives me initiative, right? Being able to move forward and take action. This is why some people need a life coach, right? Because they need someone to give them the impetus, to let them know what's okay, to help them to unpack, why am I stuck? Why am I not being visible? Why am I not having the courage to go and tell my manager that I'm interested in that promotion? What's holding me back? And it sometimes goes back to all of these things that we talked about earlier, right? Trauma and things that cause us to be silent, to not speak up, to not have the confidence. I realized after experiencing molestation as a young girl that that contributed to silence. Because you're told that you need, if there will be a consequence if you speak up. And this is really what kind of sparked my journey, because I had to understand that this wasn't just in that situation. I didn't speak up in relationships. I didn't speak up at work. I didn't speak up in my family, right? It's all connected. And then we have social awareness. Our social awareness is what allows us to be empathetic, because why? I can understand what you feel. And so I can be more understanding when I know the impact of what I have to communicate to you. I will change the language of what I communicate to you because I'm taking your feelings into account. Organizational awareness, understanding what's happening in your environment, is a critical emotional intelligence skill. Because when you see what's happening in your environment, what's the temperature like in your workplace? And I'm not talking the actual temperature. I'm talking about, what's the vibe? Who are the influencers? Who are the power players? It isn't always the people with a title that have power. You have some people who are behind the scenes who influence the influencers, who influence people with a title. And sometimes there are people who don't have a title, but they have a lot of power. That is being organizationally savvy, right? And then it's our ability to serve, service orientation, being able to provide that level of service, again, as I mentioned, to people when we understand what their needs are. That's when we study business and we study our ideal customer. That's what we're doing in that, is this. We're trying to get into the emotional state of the customer so that we could give them what they need and what they want, and sometimes what they don't need. But anyway, we won't get into the ethics of business today. And then relationship management is now, look at that wonderful list. Inspirational leadership, developing others. Do you know that it takes emotional intelligence for you to be able to teach others, to share what you know? How often do we hear at the workplace that people are saying, this manager is hoarding the information, or they're not telling me everything that I need to know to be successful, not wanting to train me as a newcomer to the organization. They don't want to show me what to do, right? It takes emotional intelligence, because why? It challenges your belief, what you think about people. And do you feel then that you are depleted? Do you feel threatened because someone knows what you feel is more than you? right? It changes your ability to influence, to be a change catalyst, which means to push and drive change, not just respond to change, to be able to manage conflict, to build bonds and connections with others, to foster teamwork and collaboration. All very, very powerful. All very, very powerful. And so as I close, I want to share with you in the remaining time a very powerful video that I hope will inspire you as you continue your journey in emotional intelligence.
Being a professional speaker was not something that I grew up wanting to be.
Uh-oh, what did I do here?
Every time I would go to class, it was just hard for me to sit still. I had a hard time focusing. I would move, I would tap, and I got sent to the principal's office. Principal told me to sit on my hands, and that worked for about 5 seconds. As soon as I'd sit on my hands, and my feet would start tapping. But one day there was a teacher, and he looked at me in class as I was tapping, and he said, "Clint, I need you to stay after class." And I'm thinking to myself, this is it. I am going to get kicked out of school as a 10-year-old. Bell rang, class dismissed. He pulled up a big chair and a little chair, and he said, "Sit down." And he said, "I watch what you do." He said, "You tap in my class, you'll do something with your right hand. You'll do something completely different with your left hand." And he said, in big adult words, we call that ambidextrous. Can you tap your head and rub your belly at the same time? I gave it a go, and I could do it. And then he said, now switch it. Without thinking about it, I could do it. And he leaned back in his chair and he laughed for a minute, and he looked at me and he said, "Clint, I don't think you're a problem. I just think you're a drummer." That was the beginning of my story. Had the opportunity to tour and record all over the world playing drums. Been on America's Got Talent. One person in my life who looked at me and said, "You're not a problem, you're an opportunity." Great mentors know how to connect people to their dreams. We need people like that to help us see the possibilities of what could be. There's 2 important days in a person's life: the day you're born, and then the day you figure out why. Enjoy the journey. The best is yet to come.
So that is my encouragement to you today. Be the person that identifies for someone else that you are an opportunity, and that your emotions and what you may be experiencing is not a problem, but it's an opportunity to explore, to express, and to fulfill purpose. Thank you very much to Circa Africa for this opportunity, and for all of you for being so gracious and kind to me in my session. Thank you very much, everyone.
Oh my word. Oh my goodness. This is fire. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. You made this very raw, very real. You made us touch, private areas, very personal areas, and this is so amazing. Thank you. I know I'm very sure I don't have to ask for the emojis to get to work. I'm very sure about that. Thank you so much. Your presentations are always amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for taking out time to, wake up earlier than usual and then go through the previous presentations up until yours. Thank you. We really appreciate. Thank you so much. Do we have an amazing day? Please kindly drop your contact for us, for those who would like to reach out to you. And please, ladies and gentlemen, if you do have questions, this would be a great time to drop it in the comment section. Unfortunately, we won't be able to allow you ask your questions personally. So just drop them in the comment section and then she can take them up afterwards. This is a point where I'd love to, I have a co-host for today who would have to take over from me. In fact, I asked her to allow me stay to the end of this presentation, so that because I know that if I signed off, I would get on the road and I would not take part in this amazing presentation. Please, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call on Mrs. Temitope Adeniro. MT Adeniro. She's been quite active here today. She's going, yay, Ponceland kids, we meet again. I'm going to hand over to her. She's going to, take over the reins for today's, the end of the presentation. Unfortunately, I have to go, but I'm so grateful that I was here. Please, you're mute. I see you're muted, is it?
Okay, I'm on mute now. Oh, do you really have to go? I've been enjoying it with you then. In fact, I told you, I said, I don't think I can. Do I want to step in this big shoe? You've been doing such an amazing job, and I've been enjoying your company so much. Thank you for hosting. Thank you for passing on the ring. We've enjoyed you, and we really don't want you to go. Do you really have to go?
I have to. I have an event that I have to attend, but just know that I had to do all it takes. When OBK told me about this, when I saw that there was need for a host, I thought about it. I turned it this way and that way and that way. I've not had electricity all week. And so we've been on Gen, and I told myself I'm tired of buying fuel. So it's not even NEPA now. But yesterday I told OBK, call me at 7. I'll make arrangements. I have to make this. I'll sort out electricity. So from 7:30 to 8 a.m. until now, my Gen has been on up till now, so that I don't have issues of my phone going off, my laptop going off, or anything. And I'm glad. But it's time to say goodbye. All right. Thank you so much. You take care.
Thank you. We'll miss you. All right. Thank you so much, the Wordsmith. We've had a nice time with you. And thank you, Simone Boyle. Did I get that right? She's putting up contacts on the Simone. I got it, Simone. She has put up a contact there. Please get it. While you were talking, I came up with an acronym for those words you said was good for the emotional intelligence at the workplace. There's this thing they say that our daily life is just about a rat race and we keep going on and on. So to ensure that this rat race is enjoyable, I came up with the acronym RACE for those 4 qualities you said we needed at the workshop. R is resilience, A is agility, C is communication, and E is empathy. So at your rat race, please ensure that you apply the RACE acronym so you can have an enjoyable time at the workplace. My name is Temitope Adeniro. I'm your fun Yoruba teacher, and I'm the founder and coordinator of the Kids Fun to Learn Kids Club. Okay, I'm happy to be here and welcome. Thank you, Simone. Please, where are the questions? Are there any questions for our absolutely amazing speaker from the that just finished? A lot of us were wild and were speechless because it felt like, I don't know if I was the only one that felt like that. I felt the session was for us to reflect and meditate, but just come like that with that voice, just sending all the messages in and going into your whole body system, and everything was just making everything cool, calm, and making you meditate and reflect so much. Was I alone? Was I the only one feeling like that? Yes, race. Was I the only one feeling like that? Anyway, that's how I felt, and I couldn't even respond to her because I was taking in so much. As she was blowing the question and talking, more things were just vibrating. Okay, the time is now 1 o'clock. We're supposed to have a short book review of MWAB. and Brand Community Mastermind. Please, if you can guess the meaning of MWAB, can you put it in the chat box? Miss Stella, or who is going to take us on that? Is it OBK or Miss Stella?
OBK is taking
And you
that.
are not, ma? What did you say, ma'am?
OBK.
Are you the one taking that?
No, it's OBK. OBK.
Okay. Okay. So, but before we take that, we're talking about MWAB. If you can tell me the meaning of that word in the chat box, please can you type it in? Miss Stella, you are not allowed to participate. OBK, you are not allowed to participate, please. Who else is not allowed to participate? But if you know you're not allowed to participate, please, yes. Zip it, you're not here. All right, yes, Elijah, I have my winner. I'm going to be sending you, what will I send you? A big heart from here. It's marketing without a budget. And my first response, the fastest finger was Elijah Dodo. Thank you, sir. Or is he a ma'am? I don't know. Elijah Dodo. So we're
Yes,
going to be
sir.
having it. It's a ma'am, a sir.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I've had something to do with him. Thank you, sir. Marketing without a budget. And that book is, you know, when you have a book that has been authored by 3 great minds, you know what is going to be in that book. 3 exceptional minds. So please, is OBK here? Can I have you on board, please?
Yes, I am.
All
Can
right,
you hear
over
me?
to you, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I'm so sure we've been enjoying an amazing session. For me, it has been an outstanding one, looking at the progression we've had and the connections made from speaker 1 to speaker 2 to the 3rd speaker. And you find out that each of the speakers have always pointed to one thing: emotional intelligence and anger management is key in building effective human relationship. You really cannot do well with people if you don't have a grasp of emotional intelligence, and if you can't manage anger well. And it doesn't matter the setting, whether it's at the workplace or in the family or in the business sector, emotional intelligence and anger management is important. And the feelings concerning emotional intelligence in the workplace particularly is key. And if you look at how businesses grow and succeed, you will see that there's that underlying factor of being accepted. You know, I belong to these people. This is my place. This is my family. I can call these people my brothers. They may not be related to me biologically, but we share something in common. There's that camaraderie, you know, there's that closeness, there's that community-like experience I have because they are part of me. You know, several settings tend to give us that feelings or that emotion, whether in the religious sector or in the academic field, alumni association, you know. And if you watch what happens when everybody is on the same page, sharing the same value, enjoying each other's presence, growth happens spontaneously and naturally. We don't need to monetize the growth or induce the growth or shout about growing. You just find that everyone is doing something to make sure that we get to the next level. And that was actually what Coach Sam drew when he was penning down the book, Marketing Without a Budget. That you really cannot do well as a business person if you don't galvanize the people around you into a very happy, supportive community. For each chapter in that book, he just keeps driving the one thing. You need a community, not just anyhow community, but a very supportive, wonderful community. The 2 hostesses are part of the OSP, a wonderful community. And we cannot say that today's webinar is a success without giving them the credit. That is one of the beauty of community. And I challenge businesses here who do not have marketing without a budget yet. I'm not asking you to buy, but I'm just informing you that you're missing a lot. That you are actually the person who is stopping your business from going to the next level. So if you wouldn't mind, I will recommend that book to you. It's important that you have it. Get it for someone close to you. You need to keep turning and churning the flame of community in your place. It may be a community of 10, it may be a community of 100, it could be a community of 1,000 people. The size really do not matter, but the value each member derives matters. And for people who know Coach Sam well, as much as you want to write books, you also want to see you face to face, have that personal one-on-one communication interaction with you. He has done that previously, and that has been his modus operandi. September is your month because he's giving you an entire day just to sit with you in a mastermind class, unlocking what community can do for your business. So you have two opportunities before you. Either you register for the September mastermind class with Dr. Sam for the community and get to know what you can do with your community. And some of these skills we've talked about: excited, inspiring, relaxing, and thrilled. How do I fuse them into my branding? How do I fuse them into my business? What is that one thing I need to do that will make my business stand out? If you've not had a session with Dr. Sam, I am not suggesting that you do that. I'm just informing you that you are late already, but there's an opportunity for you to pay. So you can go to www.SECA-Africa and get to see all, or you can visit samobafemi.com and you get to know more about what is up, about marketing without a budget, community mastermind, and several other resources that Dr. Sam Obafemi has for you. Marketing without a budget doesn't cost much. It costs 10,000. But if you buy so much quantity, let's say you're getting 10, we can do something around the delivery for you, and it can be delivered to any part, any location in Nigeria. So for people who are in diaspora, I know a lot of them have gotten their books, so that means you too can also get yours if you are not in Nigeria. So it's important that you take hold of these two opportunities, get to know more about the next thing you can do to make your business and your community stand out with Marketing Without a Budget and the Brand Community Mastermind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, OBK. Thank you. So you've heard it, Marketing Without a Budget. Because I'd like to confirm, is my next speaker, our next speaker up, Ms. Abiola Abdurrashid Owodunni. I don't know if the person, if he's here or she's here. OBK, please, is our next speaker.
She's not in the room yet.
Huh?
She's not in the room.
It's not in the group. Okay, so there's a question. OBK, please, who is the author? Okay, no, let OBK not answer this. I'm putting this in the group chat. I know I had the winner before, Elijah Dodo. So if you know the authors of this special, amazing book that OBK just told us about, please, can you type them in the chat room? Fastest fingers, please. The author of the Marketing Without a Budget. Yes, the first author, Sam Obafemi. I told you there were three great minds. The first is Sam Obafemi, Coach Sam Obafemi. Who are the other two co-authors? It's a book written by three people. The first person is Coach Sam Obafemi. Anybody that can give us the next? Oh, wow. Coach MM has given us the answer. The first is Coach Sam Obafemi. The second person is Kizito Chris Chidi. And the last person is Othman, which is the king of the north. So that's the answer. Loretta, I hope that answers your question. Thank you, Coach. That was the fastest finger. And that's even the only response I get there. Okay, so while we wait for our speaker, OBK, please, could you confirm, or should we take, because I see my next speaker is here now. If Prince Uche is ready, maybe I could introduce him first.
Yes, please, ma'am.
Okay. So, hello, Prince Uche. Our next speaker, I know this has been about emotional intelligence, anger management, and specifically, I think it's even going towards the workplace. Maybe that's the theme, coded theme that we didn't know about. Anyway, let's talk about our speaker, our next speaker. Our next speaker's name is Prince Uche. Prince I. Uche is the lead pastor of the Yonder Place, a fast-growing and a life-changing church located in Abuja, Nigeria, and the lead at Pilot of Novel Creation Concept, a consulting firm geared toward human capital development and capacity building. He's an ardent scholar, personal development instructor, capacity building professional. Let me clear my throat. This is loaded. An alumni of the famous Rema Bible Training Center, Nigeria, the Distinguished Daystar Leader Academy, AGA Institute International, Word of Faith Bible Institute. Wow. He is a certified trainer with Dynamic Church Planting International and an EFTH, Equipping for the Harvest, certified instructor with Accelerated International Mission Strategy, AIMS USA. He is a certified emotional intelligence and anger management coach from SECA Africa. Yay! He's an ordained and credentialed by is ordained and credentialed by Rema Ministerial Association International Nigeria. He is a shepherd, coach, motivator with a wide iconoclast to life and living. Prince I. Uche is happily married to Faith Prince Uche, an accountant by profession. They are blessed with 3 lovely children. Please make welcome the stage for Prince Uche. Hello, sir. Nice to see you. Nice to meet you.
Nice, yeah. Good afternoon. Okay, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending where you are connecting from. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can, loud and clear.
All right. Thank you so much for this great opportunity. I will start by appreciating SECA Africa, our boss, Coach Sam Obafemi, the octopus himself, for giving me this opportunity to be part of this webinar. And also I want to appreciate all the speakers that have spoken. Wow. I was just wondering, what else should I say? Everything has been touched, and it has been an amazing time. But you know, since we are talking on the same topic, obviously we are going to be touching almost similar things at different points and making more emphasis at different spots. I want to thank everyone that is on board today. Thank you for your time and your presence. So I would like to quickly share my screen, my slide. Let me get my just a minute. Sorry. I'm trying to bring in my slide so that it can get the work easier for me. Oh my God. All right, is my slide visible now?
Oh, yes,
Can you
sir.
see?
Yes.
You can see me? Can you see?
Yes, it is visible.
Yes,
right.
we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
All right. So this afternoon, I would just like to share with us on anger management in an economic pressured society. Everyone here will bear me witness of the fact that we are living in a very interesting times where a lot of things are happening. as regards to human management. Families are going under a lot of torture because of pressure, which is one of the triggers of anger. And of course, you know, this season is one of the most impressive time to really measure your emotional intelligence. And one of those key areas that can tell how developed you are, you know, in your emotional intelligence journey is your ability to manage anger effectively, you know, provocation and reaction to them. Now, one thing is very basic. I'll be looking at you managing anger as a person. You can't really control people provoking you. You don't have that luxury of privilege to determine whether someone will, you know, step on your toes or not, but you got all it takes to determine how you respond to it at every point in time. And so that's what I'm going to be looking at as we go on this conversation. Now, you quite will agree with me that everywhere today in the world, we have all manner of pressures, political pressure, financial pressure. And I will tell you a little about it's kind of pressure I had to intentionally, you know, conquer. For those of us staying in this part of the world, in Nigeria, basically, you will bear me pressure that unconsciously there is this unmentioned financial pressure on the home front. So most, especially a lot of the budgets to keep the home running have escalated, you know, beyond you could even imagine. And so some time ago, I was very, very scared to the fact that, woman, what's happening here? It seems as if the budget is increasing, income is not increasing, and consumption is also increasing. It seems as if consumption and expenditure, they keep expanding at the same rate, and that brings in a kind of financial pressure. I don't know if I'm connecting to someone that has the same experience. If there's someone like that, can you please respond? Anybody that has such kind of story around that could relate with that? I need to hear. Anybody like that?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes. Like
All
I
right.
just typed in. I said budget is not budgeting anymore. You can't even create a budget. It's not going to
All
work.
right. That's very interesting. You know, so now that brings to bear the fact that there is this pressure, you know, and one of the triggers we are going to get there that brings up that could lead to anger is pressure. It could be financial pressure. It could also, and you know, this financial pressure is telling both in the workspace too. Sometimes your boss is coming to the office, you know, transfer aggression from the pressure at home, some unmet task and all that. And you're wondering how come he's losing it somewhere, you know, at work. And if you're not mindful of such scenario, you may want to just you know, fall into the trap of not taking grip of your emotion and expressing, you know, it in a very wrong way. All right, let me run quickly. What is anger? Can you still see my screen?
Yes, we can, sir.
All right.
Okay,
What
very
is all right? What is anger? We're going to be looking at that. Anger is a natural human emotion that is, you know, anger is a natural human emotion that characterized by strong feelings of displeasure, hostility, or indignation in response to perceived wrong, injustice, or threat. You know, this is a response, an emotion, and is embedded in everyone. Anger is an integral human emotion. We can't eliminate it. We can only manage it. It's impossible to think about eliminating it. Up till some time ago, I used to think that anger is generally a wrong emotion or a negative emotion, as it were. But as study goes on, I realize that anger is not is neither bad nor good, depending on how you express them. So in other words, anger can be functional, in other words, healthy, or dysfunctional, unhealthy, depending on how it is being expressed. But it's an integral emotion in every human that is essential. There should be a point in your life where you should be angry at something wrong to be able to stop it. There should be a place where you should be intolerant about some certain behavior, but how you express such becomes another vital stuff we are going to be looking at. So now this is anger. So let's go on. What then is anger management? Very quickly, anger management is a process of learning to recognize and manage, anger in a healthy and a constructive way. It is, a process of learning. So our assignment here today is to look at how we could, recognize and manage anger in a healthy way. Take note, we are not looking on how to eliminate it. So in other words, after today, you're not going to say, well, I thought that after now, I can't really, the emotion of anger will no longer be stirred up within me. That is absolutely not true. Anger will of necessity be stirred up. But what we are looking at here is, how do I navigate my way around this and manage, quick to recognize it, manage it, in a healthy way, and to make sure that, I take it in a constructive dimension. All right, quickly, why anger management? Why do I need to manage anger? It helps me to reduce frequency and intensity of anger outbursts. You don't want to be that person that is quickly losing it, always dropping off, you're quickly letting everything fall apart, It helps also to improve relationships and communication. There are some, I don't know if anybody here could look back at your life and maybe regret some relationship or communication channel that you lost because of anger that was not properly managed. Do I have anybody like that here? That you lost some vital relationship, or maybe some channel of communication on the platform of anger outburst. Anybody like that? You just want to, say something, you want to share with us that experience, I wouldn't mind, or maybe in a chat room. Anybody willing to share such an experience with us? An experience, you look back, you just know that I didn't manage my anger well, and it cost me a very important relationship or communication. Anybody like that? Feel free to please share with us.
Can unmute ourselves to share.
Yeah, you can unmute yourself, please, to share. Please, or you can unmute yourself to share.
Okay, maybe I can share.
Oh, please do.
Somebody else will share later. Okay,
right.
so I'm almost the last born. I have a younger sister and I have like 4 elder ones. And so I notice most times when we're in a meeting or we're just chatting, I don't say much because that has been the practice from while we were younger. And then as we grew up, they always find my point of view interesting the only few times I talk. So anytime we're having some heated conversation, I keep quiet because I know when I say, we're in Africa, respect, they're very big on respect. So they don't want you to say so much. And we remain silent, just like they say the child should be seen and not be heard. So I keep quiet and I keep doing that. As we grow older now, I'm married with children. They like to hear what I have to say. And I'm a teacher, so they always find my angle interesting in cases. And then when they start talking, so recently we had a conversation and as usual, I kept quiet. And then they kept poking at me to speak. And I said 1 or 2 lines, and my elder sister was the first to explode. My brother too went, boo, 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 everybody just started exploding. And I told them, you don't want me to express myself, I won't do that. And I expressed myself and you're exploding. Okay, I'm out of this meeting. And I left. And that was how the whole meeting scattered. That's usually what I noticed, that when we talk, I don't talk. And when I talk, I get picked on, or how do I say? And I've been looking, is it that I'm not expressing myself in the night manner? Is it that I'm over-expressing? Anyway, that's how it always usually ends, with me speaking and the whole meeting ending and scattering. Thank you very much.
Oh, that's amazing. Thank you. You just lost it because it seems as if you're being oppressed and trying to reduce your humanity to nothing. Any other person willing to share with us? All right, let me run along. Now, it also helps us, enhance our emotional well-being and resilience. When you manage your emotion very well, sometimes one of the things I notice about anger is sometimes you are so stirred up, messed up, bittered, your emotions are being worked up, you are losing your calm, your appetite gone. And like one of our speakers said, it has a way of affecting even your health. Sometimes the person we are angry at is not even aware that we are lost in such emotion. Is not even aware that what he or she did, is eating us up. And so you just notice that you are alone taking poison for what ought not to be at all. The person you are bitter about or bitter at is not even aware of whatever that is going on with you. So it helps you enhance your emotional well-being. You're able to determine and stabilize yourself. Also, it increases our self-awareness and self-control. It helps us manage stress and anxiety. Of course, it improves our overall mental health and quality of life. Now, amazingly, it is a residual experience in everyone. And there is a meter here I would like us to use to it's called the anger meter. Nobody stumbles into outbursts suddenly. Often it seems as if your anger just exploded from nowhere, but it's not really true. It's somehow a progressive mood. So you see from our meter here, this is how it could read. You are quite calm. Now, at the state of being calm, you are feeling calm, peaceful, and happy. Now, some interference steps in, you are becoming nervous. So you are feeling a bit anxious or anxiety. Something is bothering you. Now, this thing is boiling up. Now, if it's not managed properly, it gets to the point where you are being annoyed. Now, at this point of being annoyed, you are already being tensed. You are getting to a low tolerance level. You are, napping at others. If it's also not being managed, it goes to frustration. You are being frustrated. At this point of being frustrated, you are already upset. No tolerance anymore. You are willing to throw in the towel. You can't stop thinking about it. You are bothered. Everything is beginning to drop off. Then it escalates to anger. At this point, you can't even think clearly. You damn the consequences of any action you want to take. You are yelling, feeling your body tightened, close to a boiling point. And when this is not captured properly, we are enraged. So we lose control, screaming, unable to think rationally again. And so guess what? This meter could take place under a split second. This is the very funny part of it. You think this could maybe take some weeks to go through? No, just under a twinkle of an eye, an information, not just an interference, could take you from the place of just being calm to being angry. And someone is wondering, I thought this was a person we're just having some nice time with a few minutes ago. How come this person is this outrageous just about now? And you think about it, you are wondering. And even you, when you are down, you are out of that mood, you are now wondering, how could I have reacted this way? How could I have, let loose? It is obvious. the thing started gradually, it busted out without you knowing, that this is where it's leading to. Just like I would always say, many a times when you hear some police or judicial cases of a husband striking the wife or the wife striking a husband and it is leading to death or something, none of them have an issue, I think, in their sane mind, who really wants to terminate the life of their partner. But you see, when they've gotten to this point that they've already lost their sense of reasoning, they've already lost the sense of the outcome of whatever that action will lead to. I don't care. I can remember one time I was talking to counseling a couple, and the man was so furious. And out of his anger in my office, he was like, I will do this and I don't care how, yes, I will go to jail. Wow. So I let the temper to come and I asked him a question. Have you been to jail before? He looked at me and paused. For a while, he thought about it. I'll go to jail, but I've never been there. So why am I bragging of what I don't even know what it's going to look like? So this meter has a way of running our life. Now, these meters work through what is called triggers. These meters run through what is called trigger. It's called anger triggers. A lot of things could trigger them. Now, it can be triggered, via tiredness. Someone is tired, fatigue, overworked yourself, you needed to catch up some rest, but maybe you're working on a deadline or something and things begins to fall apart. You are no longer coordinating things. Somehow fear can also trigger up anger. Failed expectations, you were expecting that it will go, this angle, but it went the other angle. It could also stir up, anger, anxiety, and worry. You don't know what could be the outcome. You're just worried. For example, the situation in our country today stirs up anxiety. And whether you like it or not, you should be careful. By the grace of God, I'm also a corps marshal. Now, when we go out to render our humanitarian service on the road, one of the key things that we always leave the base with is the fact that, look, the society is tensed up. So while you approach people, be very, very sensitive to know when people are already at the boiling point, looking for whom they will discharge it on or pour their grievances on, so that you'll be able to manage your humanitarian service effectively and not get yourself bumped. And so anxiety, the situation in the country is making a lot of people anxious. They are worried, of uncertainties. The take-home pay can't take some people home. The workers are angry at the political, office leaders not being considerate at them, feeling that what they are requesting for, can't be affordable, and also not minding that the market at the other side is not laughing at them. So there is this anxiety. There's this anxiety. You go to the market, think about this. Some of the women this time, they are going under so much pressure. You can think about it. Some of them go, I watched my wife, when shopping, I think last week. Now, when she came back, I was amazed at the things she came back with. And she was like, this thing is just getting out of hand. And so you can imagine if you that has the kind of means could feel this impact. Imagine those that have lesser means, how much they could feel, the kind of frustration, staring at their faces. And so this can stir up anger. What does that mean? That means we are already living in an intense society where triggers of anger is not far-fetched. Therefore, it is important that every one of us learn how to manage ourselves effectively, not to buy into their display of anger, not to buy into their frustrations. If not, you will help them deliver the commodity they are looking for, where to dispatch it. And so anxiety could bring that. Hard substances, some people staying on substance could bring in, stir up anger. Of course, people that are on drugs, it can easily stir up stress. Is also a dangerous trigger. So these are triggers that, you know, can stir up anger. Why is it important we take cognizance of these triggers? You look at yourself very well and check which of these triggers easily makes you vulnerable. Then you have to start from there. Remember what I shared in the previous slide about the meter, you know, the anger meter. It doesn't give you any indication, I'm moving to step, I'm nervous now, I'm moving to frustration. No, it doesn't give you those indicators. It just before you know it. But now the channel where those things happen is through these triggers. So you want to check yourself. Now, when you are fatigued, maybe you need to check it that when I'm fatigued, I lose it easily. So what do? You now have to take a good cognizance of anytime you are pushed to the point where you are fatigued or you are stressed or when you are anxious, you have expectation, whatever the triggers are, master the trigger. Now, you've got to take, I don't want to dive into that, you know, some other speaker could get into that. You may want to take out time to study on this trigger, on how to master the trigger you are easily vulnerable to. Now, by mastering that trigger you are easily vulnerable to, it makes you have an upper hand on managing your anger. Because once you can be able to tame it at that point and quench it from the trigger point, you won't get to the point of delivery. That point of delivery, what, you know, the anger in quotes emotion, you won't get to that point of, you know, outburst of such anger. You nip it at, you bring it to, you know, a very calm point and you are quite stable. Let me also get to the 8 tools of anger management. The 8 tools of anger management. So for you to be able to manage your anger effectively, these tools could come handy for us. The first is that you've got to recognize stress. Don't deny them, recognize them. When you are stirred up, like one of the speakers said, don't just live in denial. When you are stressed, accept you are stressed. When you are provoked, accept you are provoked. Recognize what the triggers are. Recognize what is, you know, pushing you to the finishing line. Don't live in denial. Number 2, develop empathy. Sometimes you want to just, you know, play into the mind of those maybe stirring up the triggers. You want to just think, identify with their feelings. Sometimes their frustrations. You know, I have a staff that I sensed frustration of the society was telling on him, and it was reflecting on his assignment and responding also in his relationship with other staffs. I knew that something was wrong somewhere, and the only way I could identify that was trying to develop empathy. I was trying to play in his shoes, knowing what I feel, and also sensing at his own capacity how much he could manage the, you know, the situation at that. So developing empathy could help you also, you know, manage. Then number 3, respond instead of react. Respond instead of react. This is very critical. What does it mean to respond instead of react? Reacting is like, you know, being spontaneous. Action comes, action and reaction are equal and opposite. You are just responding, you know, without thought. But when we talk about respond instead of react, is you take out time to reconsider the trigger, reconsider the response, the outcome that is expected of you in the situation involved. So you want to respond instead of react. The next is you change conversation within you. Start a conversation within you. You know, this intra-communication, you know, has a stronger grip to affect our intercommunication. Interpersonal communication is always dependent on our intrapersonal communication. So you may want to develop, you know, intentionally how you work on yourself. Remember, we are told already that in emotional intelligence, that our is a habit we have to consciously develop on a daily basis. You don't just leave it and say, well, I've developed my emotional intelligence. Every day you keep working on yourself on it. So you just have to work on yourself on this axis of, having to communicate with yourself more to manage your response or your reactions to events. And also, tools number 5 is communicate assertively. Now, you shouldn't bottle up your emotions. You shouldn't bottle up things. You should be sincere, without hurting others, in question. You should be able to communicate maybe your feelings without hurting others' emotion. So you've got to learn how to communicate, assertively. Make sure that your communication is on point, minding the easiest way to be able to communicate assertively is to also develop empathy. When you develop empathy, it helps you to, be able to communicate in the language they will understand. Sometimes it may be your tone of communication, sometimes it might be illustration, some kind of way you're able to communicate that, look, I know this might not be you, but I really didn't feel this was the best you could do at this point, but I know something could have been wrong somewhere. Whichever way it is, I think we can work things out of where it is at is now and see how it goes. Now, the 6th tools is adjust your expectations. Realistically, sometimes our expectations are far-fetched. Learn how to adjust your expectation as quick as possible. Control what the expecter. I could remember one time I had an assignment, instruction I gave out, and the person was really not coming forth as supposed, and I expected them to know, this adjust your expectation also works even in marriage. There are sometimes you just assume that your partner should know what to do, and because of that, you have a certain expectation on your partner that this and that shouldn't just happen. Your staff, you feel that, man, this staff has worked with me for quite a time like this. Why should the person not be able to know things or do things in this dimension? You have an expectation about that. And so I was having that expectation, and this thought crossed through my mind. I believe God was just, trying to walk me through it, and told me, he said, when they assume not to know, assume they don't know and let them know. And that helped me so much. So I adjust my expectations. Okay, since you presume not to know, I want to give you the benefit of that you don't know, and explain it out again for you to be able to know. So it helps me in adjusting my expectations at different times. If you have an expectations that you refuse to adjust and it's not met, you will be hurt. And so why willingly hurting yourself? I think it wouldn't be necessary. The 7th tool is forgive, but don't forget. Now, let go. You don't have a choice not to. It will hurt you more. Don't forget, you may forgive, but access and protocols may need to be adjusted. You may need to, make sure you don't make yourself that vulnerable for repeated occurrence. So you've got to let go, but now ask yourself the question, why did I get so much hurt? Okay, I trusted so much. Then I have to, know that this person doesn't want this capacity of my trust. Why was I so hurt? Oh, I went all the way without doing due diligence. So maybe I have to look at it again and say, no, I have to take time to do due diligence in taking out any such, measure anytime again. And the 8 tools we have is retreat and think things over. Retreat and think things over. You may want to just take out time to ask yourself, did I really stir up this trigger? Sometimes we could be quite judgmental at others, not knowing quite well that we actually energize the trigger to come up. We actually gave them the gun with the trigger. I like that word trigger. Anytime I hear that word, it brings to bear the gun. The gun is good, powerful, protective, but it's useless if the trigger is bad. And now once the pressure comes on the trigger, it releases what is in the content of the gun. So the same way with us, the trigger is always pulling out some things. So you might want to think about it. Why am I easily falling out with people? Maybe my approach, needs to be reconsidered. My presentation needs to be reconsidered. You know, sometimes you ask the question in a very harsh way that warranted a harsh answer, but you couldn't take the harsh answer and everything is falling apart. So you may just want to think through. Try to think, see if you could think from the third party's angle, not just seeing it only from your own spectrum. Try to reevaluate and ask yourself, if I'm in the shoe, or if I'm in the shoe of the other partner, how would I have managed it? Would I have reacted this way or not? So when we retreat and think things over, it will help us manage anger, as it were. And at this point, I would like to drop this parting word. I think I'm still in the, okay, my timing. This parting word, please, things are not always as they appear. Make a habit of reviewing things before acting. This will help you be in control of your actions. Once you are in control of your actions, you are rest assured that you will always manage anger. And don't forget, the society, the world at large is pressured now. So there are so much triggers of anger here and there. And so things may not always look or be the way they appear. What that means is that you don't just respond by the way things appear. You may need to reevaluate them again, review them again, and get a better perspective before taking action. With these few words of mine, I believe someone must have gotten something to work with today. Thank you so much. My name is Prince Uche. I don't know. I wait for any other response.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Prince Uche, for this. In fact, you know, everybody has given us their words on anger management and emotional intelligence since we started this Pan-African webinar for this June today. However, specifically, you gave us tools that we can work with. And one of the things you have told us is that we should adjust our expectations. And I link this to the first thing you said, what are the triggers? And one of the triggers there was failed expectations. And coming back to the tools, he referred to that and said, adjust your expectations. And so, before I ask my questions, please, yes, the emojis are already coming in because you have blown our mind away very much. Thank you so much, sir. And if you have questions, please, you can put them in the chat room or you can raise your hand so I know you want to ask them, you can unmute yourself. But my question is, so I work in an environment where one of the skills you should have is to have high standard for people. I'm a teacher, so for your children, you have to have high standard for them so that you can be able to push them to make up those standards and we don't water down what they are capable of doing, you know. And so one of the triggers I have is failed expectations. It triggers me a lot, especially even on myself when I'm not able to meet deadlines and all of that. So I'm disappointed. And now one of the tools we're supposed to have is adjust the expectation. So if I adjust the expectation, am I not going to now lower the standard for the people I'm supposed to push to aim higher? How do I marry these two and still be able to check my trigger? Do you understand my question, sir?
I do. I think you don't need to lower your standard. Rather, what I would think you may want to do is you may want to take it off from the second tool, which is develop empathy. In other words, this person that you have an expectation on that is not living up to it, can you step into their world to maybe find out, you know, what is their challenge for not living up to expectation? Sometimes when you step into their life, you might discover that they are really long to, you know, beat your expectation. but maybe there are some shortcomings in their life. Remember, the last speaker told us about the experience of going back to the womb. You can imagine everyone is a function of their nurture and their nature. And now sometimes there are people that their nurture has created some kind of deformation in their interpersonal relationship and all that. So you may want to just develop an empathy, get into their world to be able to see how to help them come up to your, expectation. I think that is one of the ways that will help you, come up to that. I don't know if that helped.
Yes, that helps very much. Thank you so much, sir. More questions and additions and comments, please. And one other thing I got from your conversation was you mentioned that, not in so many, but I picked it out. You said we should be kind to ourselves and know that we should take little steps. Anger management is a process, so we need to develop it gradually. So don't say, because I've listened to this today, I must be able to manage my anger. It's a process. We should take it easy on ourselves and appreciate every little win we achieve. And then I want to relate to this, Muslad. Okay, so yeah, his contacts, please pick it up. Thank you so much, Prince Uche. We've had a lovely time with you. And I would like us to continue. Okay. Yes. So in the chat room, Ms. Val said, I love the perspective that feeling anger is not wrong. Absolutely. Yes, you mentioned that. That was when you talked about anger not being, is not eliminated. We shouldn't eliminate anger. And that your task for us is to how we can navigate anger positively and in a healthy and a constructive way. We should be able to recognize and manage our anger. So thank you. According to our plans now, we are supposed to be on a short break so we can stretch our legs. Thank you, Prince Uche. Thank you so much, sir. And thank you to all our past speakers. I'm still expecting my OBK, please, is our next speaker available? But while we're waiting for her and before I introduce her, please, let's take a break, drink some water, take some deserved walk and stretches. It's been a fun time from the beginning of the session. And thank you everybody that has been here from the beginning. It's been an amazing time. If you're still here, while you're stretching or before you go, stand up by your computer and you can put in the chat room one thing you have taken away from this session today, from any of the speakers. If you still have questions from any of the speakers, I think some of them are still here, you can put them in the box. But while we're thinking about that, I have a question, and this is for, not a question, but just, I'm looking at the case of Chelsea from Ms. Simon's case story. Okay. 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 We're supposed to have an additional speaker, but I'm not sure she's able to come. But before we go, we have a closing session remark by Coach Sam. Will you be able to do that for us? Anyway,
please check your WhatsApp now.
Okay. Thank you. Anyway, I was going to ask that, considering Chelsea, the lady. Okay, so while we're waiting for our speaker, let's take a stretch. In the next 2 minutes, I'm going to introduce her and then she's going to join. But I'm thinking of Chelsea's case because I said I wanted to talk on her behalf. Maybe she has had a repressed anger over the fact that she's not able to go on a time off and all of that. And given the institution, she's supposed to show empathy towards them. But do we think the organization too has shown empathy towards her? She's been working all year long and she has not gotten any time off. And she has met, Veronica. Okay, yes, Veronica, not Chelsea. Thank you. And she has shown that how do you think she's supposed to now even help herself? Because sometimes She has to think, you said empathy, but you have to show empathy to yourself too. You have to help yourself too. How do you think she could have gone about that without all of us were just criticizing Veronica? Maybe she has said it in so many ways. She has found we're in Nigeria, some of us know how some of these workplaces are. So what should she have done? Okay, there's a comment from Imabon. The gun and trigger analogy is so apt for victims who just arrived in our shelter, having self-harm and outburst. Yes, empathy goes both ways. She probably really needed that time off. So a question, how do you handle staff that just skip work because it also triggers anger? So yes, that's another one. Some will just really skip work and some don't skip work, but when they need the time off, they never get it. So how do we marry these two? Okay, so while we're waiting, I think let me introduce my next speaker.
Can I say something?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
How do you handle staff that just keep work because it also triggers anger? I think in that scenario, the first question to ask is the terms of agreement, is it properly understood? Is the staff aware of the fact that you don't just abscond from work and there's a consequences for absconding from work? So if that terms of operation or terms of engagement is well laid down, you don't need to be angry. If the person defaults, the penalty for the defaulting person or staff applies to the person. So you don't have to take it personal. But in a situation where maybe that was not introduced before that happened, empathy has to still play in. You want to talk with the person to know what led to you taking up such action without consulting the authorities, and going forward, that will not be tolerated. If everybody does that, things wouldn't work in this organization. So I think that will help you manage it. So let's start from the terms of engagement. If it is not done, we've got to straighten that out. But if it is done and the person, breach the contract, you don't need to get angry. Let the consequence play its role on the staff, and you just have your own. That's the beautiful thing about the law. It's not sentimental, it's not personal. Thank you. I don't know if that helps.
Thank you. Yes, that helps a lot. That helps a lot. So I think the solution to both sides, from both the organization and the staff absconding or the organization not granting time off, is we should apply the empathy tool. We should apply the empathy tool. So, my next speaker is in the room. Great, welcome. Let me introduce our next speaker before we begin. While we're still on our break, we're going to start in the next 3 minutes. Okay, so our next speaker is Abiola Abdulrasheed Owodunni. Ajia Abiola Abdulrasheed Owodunni is a Muslimah, wife, a mother, a sister, an educator, and NLP practitioner, a business consultant, a growth strategist, a coach, and a poet. Interesting. Maybe she's going to say a poem for us today. She is a trained engineer, turned banker, and now an educator. Oh, different feathers to this cap. There are gifts wearing many hats bestowed on her. These are called experiences that are invaluable. Absolutely. She is committed to self-discovery and growth and is result-oriented. She is a very spontaneous person. She loves to work with people who are trying to find their purpose, lost in the chaos of the world, or even moving from good to greatness. She started the school business in 2009 from a humble beginning. Today, the school has grown organically from a semi-detached duplex in Gwarimpa to 2 purpose-built school complexes in different locations in Abuja. After 14 years of running a business at school, growing from good to great, she has continued to champion good virtues like as self-discipline, integrity, and consistency as very important virtues. Please, let's put in the chat room some emojis to welcome our speaker, Ajia. Ajia Abiola Owodunni. Ajia Abdurrashid Abiola Owodunni. Welcome, ma. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. Thank you very much. Thank you for the warm reception. I've been coming in in and out of the room because the internet hasn't been so wonderful here, and also I've had some other commitments. So and this is my time now. Thank you.
Sorry about that. They had said somebody talked about this network issue, how it had frustrated her before. And one of our speakers had talked about being resilient and being having agility to push through to ensure that you still get back to it. So well done, ma. You're still here. We appreciate your effort.
Yes, talking about resilience, I've had to use my phone now because my computer, I don't know. So anyway, let's move. Thank you very much. Anger management and emotional intelligence is something that I've used for a very long time in my personal business. First, my very first brush with it was during when I was working in the bank. However, I had to do another one with SECA, which was really what's really empowered me. And I still went for a refresher. So one thing I would say is that even though we've learned some things, we think we are masters at it. Sometimes life challenges us in the way that we just have to start all over again. So I would like to say for people that have been trained before, you can still train and continue training yourself, and because there are always updates. People are doing researches on things, so there are always new researches, new knowledge about things. So I will encourage all of us to go on emotional intelligence and anger management trainings. So my talk today will be based on a story I'll have to share, one of my experiences that I've had with my staff in the school. So coming from the banking industry, I've had to my trainings then was such that you have to be timely, you have to do, we had targets. So that was the same training that I brought into education when I opened my school. And because of that, I used to have lots of issues with my staff because I expected them to do so much. And then I would not, I'll be surprised when they can't get what I want them to do. So, and I will see them that they genuinely want to do some things, but they can't do it because maybe because they didn't get me right, but before I thought it was laziness or non-commitment or lack of professionalism and all that. And so I used to think this was it, and I could just hire and fire. I'll be like, oh, you're not serious, you're not committed, and I'll let people go. And usually when they're going, I will still genuinely that, no, we don't need to break up, but then you're not doing the job very well. You are going to, the way the banking industry used to be, there was total little or no tolerance for you not doing so well on the job. So I took that learnings and I thought it was the best. So later I realized that people to have so anyway, let me say this. So I tried, I thought I was quite empathetic, but later I realized I wasn't enough. The last speaker spoke about empathy. So I had an experience that changed my life. So it was one day that I had to go to school. There was a display that I wanted them to put up. So I also went to school to do something. And I got there very early. I think some assistants were working in the school. And I saw that one of my staff at work was on a Saturday. I thought I go to school around 7:30 on a Saturday morning. We all know what Saturdays could be like. It's a day that I want to laze around and sleep off. And I got there and I saw this gentleman in school. I was like, why are you here so early? She said, oh, you said you wanted to finish on time and you needed to do his displays. And I was like, wow, that's nice. So he got to work on time. Punctuality would have been one of the strong points for hardworking people. So I saw him doing the display. He tried his best. But by the time I was going, I think I went for lunch. I heard his wife, he was receiving a call and telling the wife on the phone that he wasn't going to come home at 12 as he promised. So they had a date or a function and he postponed it to like 3:30. I came back and he was, hello, please, I just need to know, am I still on?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Okay,
We're
so
listening.
I
We're
came
listening
back
to
from
the
my
gist.
lunch and I saw that he wasn't still there. I mean, he was still there. So I was just wondering, why would he still be there? Anyway, and when I decided to go home at 5, when the person that was fixing my AC had finished and I was ready to go home, he was still there. So it wasn't about timing, it wasn't about dedication. So anyway, I left him. I could say the way he was doing the work, he wasn't doing it nicely. So I went home. So on Monday morning, when I came to the school, I did not like the display at all. I didn't like the display. So in my usual old self, I would have just brought it down. This is substandard. This is low. No, this does not fit it. I told you to measure this. You did not measure. You did not do this. You did not do that. So that day, I knew that, okay, there was something else I needed to do aside just like giving them instructions and not, just expecting them to automatically do whatever it is that the instruction would have sent message. So I just said, okay, Viola, calm down. So what could have gone wrong with this man? I empathized with him. I looked at the hours he had put in. I saw that he came early. He gave up his meeting, his function, whatever he was going to with his wife. That means he's committed, he was passionate, he was committed, he had punctuality, he was dedicated. So ordinarily, I would have brought it down. I was like, I can imagine if I'd put in minimum of like 10 hours into his job, and then the person I'm doing it for is totally dissatisfied, and I'd already sacrificed a lot, how would I have felt? So those were my feelings that day. And I knew that I needed to be able to see something else. So I always say that to be able to have emotional intelligence and to have anger management, you need to be empathetic. So there's something we call TFA map. I'm sure a lot of my colleagues would have spoken about it. The TFA map. Did I have a triggering effect? Yes. A triggering event? Yes. Did it have effect on me? No. So the TFA map says that if you have an event, that means seeing something, a display not being orderly or not being nice or not being of a good standard. So I did see that. Usually my belief, because before TFA means triggering events, thoughts, feelings, and actions. So this event would have triggered my thoughts. I would have believed, oh, this person didn't put in so much work. They're not dedicated. They're not passionate. They're not this. So immediately I had a different belief, which is now LD, as against the unhealthy one that I used to have before. So my thoughts were not like, oh, he didn't want to do it well. So my thoughts was like, what went wrong? Why didn't he get it well? So that also gave me a feelings of empathy. And because of that, I couldn't act in an angry manner or a dissatisfied manner. I acted, in an empathetic way. So this is emotional anger management. And the emotional intelligence of it says, you know, was like, okay, what did I do? I had to like, hello? Okay. So I had to like, okay, look for why. I realized that first thing, they couldn't see my vision. So I was just telling them my vision. I could see it, but they couldn't see it. So this actually made me to go around and educate to I think I had a retreat with the staffers then, and I truly explained the vision to them, my values, the mission, what we continuously needed to do then to achieve our vision, so that all of us are thinking in the same way. They can see what I'm seeing and see what I'm saying. So and after that, you know, we had an open room, and we spoke about things, and they also shared their views with me. They even translated vision in a way that I knew that they really knew my vision. And that was my beginning of my journey, being emotionally intelligent as an employer of labor. So this gentleman, and also what this did to me was I stopped losing staff. I think this probably happened like 12 years ago, 10 to 12 years ago. And I stopped losing staff. I also realized that the neuro part for a teacher is not like that of a banker. So each profession has, for someone to be successful in any kind of profession, you need to have that attribute that the profession needs. So I realized that teachers are quite sensitive more than bankers, because they tend to have a lot of empathy for children. The neuro parts that they use for caring so much for children, for being calm to listen to them, also makes them to be very, to take things personally, to be very emotional. And so that is, I understood that. And that also helped me in my area of work. And you think, oh, I've done it for a very long time, and then I should be the best now. That's not true about training. You need to keep training and training yourself. So this year, I also went back into the classroom with Circa Africa to learn emotional intelligence again. And it was an awesome experience. This time around, I realized, because as you go higher in your profession, you have new challenges that would make you, you need new skills. So when I went back this time around, so I knew it wasn't just about, so I had conquered the effect of like, the kind of effects this kind of feelings have on me when I see things that is not properly placed well and all that, or people not behaving in a very normal way. The one that I now knew that I needed to fix was about my significant emotional experiences. So when you see things or people do things, it looks like something you've seen before that's hurt you in the past, and you quickly just have the feelings, and then you now go back, you now react in a way that you shouldn't have reacted. So I realized that in solving that problem, I just used to avoid triggering events. So I avoid people talking to me in a manner that would not make me happy or make me lose it. And because of that, because I would say my staff and my profession was getting bigger, I was entering into some new fields. So that could not work. That could not work for me. I mean, I needed more skills. Let me just say that. What I was doing before was good. I'm sorry, I don't know if I need to look through. Do you think the motivation and lack of reward system? I don't know if this is for me, but I would like to take the questions later. Thank you very much. So I now had to, so before, as against trying to, I realized I couldn't avoid some things again. I needed to face my fears. and be able to manage some triggering events that could resemble what I've had in the past, maybe in one of my early childhood wounds or anything like that. So as against avoiding triggering events, I now started reframing. Reframing means that you give it a different meaning. One of the things I've had to do is to go back to that event that makes me that is similar to the events I see nowadays, and I had to go and make peace with those events. And how did I do that? I visited the events, had to call whoever I needed to call, and I took my learnings. So everything that is happening, every situation you have is sending a message to you, a message for you to learn from and to empower you. So these were the things that I was able to do. So I've learned how to reframe so that I can have better thoughts and better feelings and better actions. Because when you grow in your career, you have to have lots of skills. One of the burden that leadership puts on you is burden of knowledge. And when you're able to apply the knowledge, you'll be able to, if you're able to apply the knowledge, you'll be able to lead and mentor and coach your subordinates or your employers, your employees very well. You would also be able to collaborate with people. You also be able to, open up new fields because you are empowered. So I'll always encourage people, because they say it now that everybody has anger issue. Everybody has something that is eating them up. We all have issues. The price of things in the market can make you to be very angry at somebody you don't know, pouring water away, not even your own bottle of water, but anything anyway. But because as we grow in business, in age, in everything, we need to empower ourselves with learning so that we can be very resourceful and be able to stand in gap for people that have needs for these resources. So this is what I would say about anger management and emotional intelligence. Another thing that I know that's become a very good tool for me to use, which I also use in my coaching and mentoring services, is happiness. I think there's something we call it happiness tools. And one of the major tools of happiness or resources is gratitude. One thing that gratitude does to you is that it helps you to be kind, and it helps you to feel happy. It breeds empathy, and it makes you more resourceful. You can always put yourself in a more resourceful state. So gratitude, one thing you can do when you want to, it also helps you you don't get angry all the time. Because you can see beyond what the person or whoever you're having issue with, or whatever situation is, you can see beyond it. So now that we have hike in the prices of things in the market, and I just, instead of, I bought 5 tubers of yam, 22,000 some days back, and I was so sad. And then when we were trying to make the yam, we saw like 2 were spoiled, so which was more hurting. But I was grateful. It was very upsetting because I wasn't even the one that bought it. I felt the person could have done a better job picking up the right ones, or even putting a caveat to the yam seller that this yam shouldn't get spoiled in 2 days. However, I chose to be grateful. When I chose to be grateful, I saw that, I can get a seedling out of this yam and plant it again. I was grateful that at least we were home trying to cook. We even had something to buy. We could eat the food and all that. And so when I started eliciting gratitude, it put me in a positive state. And I could see, we can make seedling, and I planted yams. Basically, that was what the gratitude led me to. Instead of me being angry at the buyer and all this and all that. But I could do this because I've learned reframing. I've learned to have a positive belief. I've also have some presuppositions to know that for every disappointment, there's something to learn in it. And these are all the things that gratitude would teach you. Another thing that will help you in emotional intelligence and anger management is meditation. Do you take time to calm down, to really reflect on your day? Do you spend time alone? Do you do journaling? Journaling, just writing, what you feel, how you feel, and all that. You do all that. So these are all the things that could help in emotion, in building happiness, which will also always be in the resourceful state. It means you're going to be attracting positivity most of the time. And another thing that I've also seen that causes a lot of anxiety, that leads to lack of emotional intelligence and anger, is fear. So there are lots of resources that learning about emotional intelligence and anger management would give you, that you use to empower yourself, so that you don't fall into the stage of losing something really big because of anger, losing good relationships, losing business deals, losing staff that are good and all that. Fear is something that I always teach, when I teach about fear. And
Speaker frozen.
Okay. When you have fear, fear will lead to anxiety or pessimism, vulnerability, and all these will attract negativity, and you envision whatever you are afraid of, and then it comes to pass, and then you are sad. The opposite of fear is faith. So for somebody that consistently have fear or has anxiety, you can talk to the person and like, oh, what would you rather? Fear is not like a good part. We know things, the world will come to an end. We know we are all going to die one day. We know that Nigeria is hard. We know
The speaker still there?
we decide. Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, yes, we can hear you now. You went off
No,
briefly.
but you said, yes, you know that all these things, but if you choose faith, it puts you in a very resourceful state. Faith will make you to have optimism, positivity, and then put in a very resourceful state. When you're in a more resourceful state, you can achieve success and you can achieve happiness. And in that way, people will not easily anger you because you are in a very resourceful state. So these are all the tools that I believe that are very handy that someone can quickly get at to empower us to be to be emotionally intelligent and be able to manage our angers. Thank you very much. I'll take questions if you have for me. I think that's all I want to say, because I've seen that my colleagues have said a lot today, and repetition, that's why I just chose to have a story. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mark. Thank you. You shared real life experiences with us, which has driven home all the points we've been making, everyone has made from the beginning. Some of the tools I was able to record from your, yes, please, let's keep the emojis going. She's done a very good job. Your stories were relatable, and we can get some tools you were able to apply. One of the things I wrote down here was reframing. So instead of thinking about it the way it is, you try and reframe it to the other way to see the positive side of it or what you can learn from it. Gratitude. You talked about reflection, meditation. You talked about empathy. And I've seen that this empathy came across from the speakers from the beginning of today. And everybody talked about empathy. So I think it's high time we all went back and be more empathetic. We need to learn how to be empathetic. You talked about journaling. Maybe it will make us less outbursts, create less outbursts if you're able to journal down or put down how you feel. And then you said instead of having fear, because like the last speaker showed us, fear is a trigger. So instead of having fear, maybe we should have faith, which will make us hopeful and give us will be more optimistic. Thank you so much, Madam Ajia Abiola. Thank you very much. So there was a question in the feedback in the chat room before that talked about, do you think the demotivation and lack of reward system can lead to anger in the workplace? This might not be directly for you, but since you are an employer of labor, maybe you could answer that question for us, and maybe any of our speakers can also come back to answer it. It says, do you think the motivation and lack of reward system can lead to anger in the workplace?
Yes, I feel so. And I also know that most employees are not really doing job because of money. But I also know that whatever job you're doing, if you make them feel good, there's a saying that they say people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. So one thing I would say is that motivation may not just be about money or financial expressions. It could be about the person. How do you accommodate people's vision into your own vision? I've heard a lot of entrepreneurs, and I have a lot of entrepreneurs in my business. And I've had one of my key staff had said to me, oh, I'd always wanted a school, but because I've seen your school, because I'm in your school, I don't need to open another school, because opening mushroom schools would not achieve the educational goals that you would like to achieve. So I see the person like a co-owner, because he actually sees the school like his home. So motivation, and I believe that you must have been motivated one way or the other. So you can imagine this kind of person having a lot of fire in him to achieve ABCD, and you don't give him a way to express himself. He will probably feel frustrated. Especially when, like you don't believe you are the lead of the team or something, and you just believe you know more than everybody. And some people have greater ideas and they don't have ways of expressing their ideas. Opportunities to express the ideas. I think that can also bring frustration. When people give you ideas, you just trash them and you think yours is always a superior idea. I think that can bring frustration. I've seen that for Gen Zs and millennials, Gen Z, they always say they like money, I think they want places to express their ideas and opinions more than financial. Yes. And I also know that then another thing you have to check, maybe I'll be talking as an employer now, you have to check people's values before you bring them in. I believe when values clash, that is when we have most problems. When you don't have aligning values with your staff. So another thing that you want to do to avoid to be able to promote emotional intelligence in your place of work is to hire, fire, retain, and reward based on values. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma. You said hire, fire, retain, and reward. Did I get that? Hire, fire, retain, and reward. Thank you so much, Ma. I hope that question has been answered properly. Loretta, that was your question. I hope your question has been answered properly. So do we have any more questions? Please send them in. Okay, and in the chat room, Mr. Obike Chima has sent a link for us to get your feedback on how to improve subsequent editions of the Pan-African webinar. Please click on the link and help us fill that Google form and respond. Please, if you have any more questions, you can please unmute yourself and say your questions or add more comment. Thank you very much, Madam Abiola. We appreciate your responses and your giving us true life experiences to bring home all the points from all our facilitators for today. We would agree that today has been such an exciting one, and we have enough time because our next conversation was supposed to be by 2:50. But if Coach Sam is ready now, I think we can get insight for his closing thoughts so that we can all leave. Thank you so much to all our facilitators, our participants for staying true from the beginning. And I see as we are going, people are coming in and going in. So it's been very worthwhile. If you feel this session has blown your mind or has had any value to you, or it has been worthwhile, please put 2 in the comments in the chat room. Please put 2 if you feel you've gotten value from this session today. And like I said before, you can type in 1 take home you're going home with today in the chat room. Thank you, Mr. Dodo, Mr. Elijah Dodo, Mr. Oranrewaju Daudo, very good. Oh, fantastic. I can see a lot of tools coming in the chat room. And you can also put 1 thing you're going home with today. Let's know that, yes, it has added value and you are particularly picking a value. Like they say, give specific feedback. That's what we say in the education industry. You have to, the feedback has to be specific so that the child or the learner knows what exactly they're doing right or wrong. So please let's know what exactly was the value you're taking on from this session. Coach Sam, are you here? While we are waiting for Coach Sam, OBK and Madam Stella, is Coach Sam here to give us the closing remark? Or it seems like we're closing early.
No, he's not.
Okay.
If my boss is around, she will do the closing
Okay, you will
thoughts
be
on
able
his
to.
behalf.
Okay, thank you, OBK. All right, so let's put in, I'm still waiting we're not going to close this session if I'm not getting that specific feedback on what exactly we are taking on. For me, one of the tools I'm taking home today is that empathy, because empathy has been on the mouth of every speaker for today. Empathy, empathy, empathy. So I'm going to take that home. And I remember Madam Stella said something about Seka Africa and emotional intelligence and anger management is all about being preventive, being proactive, and not being reactive. So that's another thing I'm taking on. Ensure that I prevent all this. And one of the ways I can is by having empathy. Mr. Elijah also said, thinking before acting. Emotional intelligence is thinking before acting. Absolutely. Please let's keep them coming. What are if you add value, please put 2, and please tell us that specific value you're taking on from today. And in the next 3-4 minutes, I'll have Madam Stella come in to close the session. But while she's talking, please put in your feedback. And yes, somebody said Oluwalade said not reacting but responding is a take for me. Absolutely, yes. Thank you. Let's keep them coming. Let's keep them coming. Let's keep them coming. And from the story I shared before, I think, like the Pastor Oche said, maybe over time I'd always felt that my siblings were not making me talk or they were suppressing me. So at that one meeting, I just busted. So my own take to that saying now is that I'm not going to, I should let them know how I feel. Communication, that was one tool they gave us to let them know how I feel, and don't take it a lot before I now communicate how I feel. So I'm going to take that home and apply it too. Oladoyin said the values I'm going home with are empathy, gratitude, always putting myself in a position of being resourceful. Okay, Mr. OBK, let's have your closing remarks. I think we have been able to finish on time. So, Mr. OBK, do you want to give us the closing remark now? Everyone has been staying here for long and they're happy. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much. I have no doubt that it has been a wonderful day. Just to make sure and confirm my curiosity, if today has been a wonderful day, you are not using the comment section. I want to see your favorite emoji on your icon. I can't see any. Not in the comment section, but just give me your favorite reaction. If today has been a wonderful day for you, if it has been a wonderful day from the first speaker to the second, down to the last. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I'm trying to locate this fellow so I can meet him. Okay. Thank you so much for joining us. It has been a wonderful time. I'm sure that you have enjoyed great value. The first speaker was very apt. She gave an overview of emotional intelligence, touched on that, touched on this, and it kind of gave a good taking off point for the other speakers. Then Khadija now moved into the workplace and how emotional intelligence can help us become better in our workplace. Yes, from the HR perspective, it is important. You really cannot have two people work together if they don't understand the different aspects of each other. So emotional intelligence is important. And then we moved over to the third speaker. Simone gave her personal thoughts and the ways emotions can help us build resilience, agility, communicate better, and all of that in the workplace. And then we had Prince Uche now move deeper into anger management and from a personal standpoint, some of the tools that can help us. And then Haji Abiola now drove that deeper from a personal point to on what's the practical things she had done and things she looked forward to doing with the tools that she have learned going through the EI and anger management courses at SECA. One of the things that stood out for me had been the importance of continuous learning, and that is where SECA comes in, that you really cannot go far beyond what you know. And that if you need to move into the next level of your career, your personal effectiveness, your performance on the job, your leadership skills, your management prowess, whatever it is that you are currently doing, there's that another higher level. And it doesn't matter what that could look like, SECA will always be there for you to resource you with the tools, to resource you with the platforms, to resource you with the whatever it is that you need. And it's important that we do that. Thank you so much, everyone that have joined. I see some people that joined from the first hour to the last. Thank you so much. Please let's remember to give our feedback. It's important so that we can keep improving on the Pan-African webinar. I will not let the cat out of the bag, but I can promise you that next month is going to be a wonderful one. You've never been to a webinar like that before. I can assure you that. I can assure you that. If this month's webinar was good, next month's webinar will be, you fill in the blank. So do not miss next month's webinar, July. It will be wonderful. Our speakers are prolific and let me not do that. I will not fall into this temptation. So you have
just
to
give us a little tip. Be kind like that.
No, I'm practicing EI, self-regulation this time around. So that's it. So thank you, everyone. Dr. Sam would have loved to be here, but he sends his love, he sends his blessings. It is in his heart that we do well and we grow and we become better. He has always been a big believer in personal development and he has consistently shown that. And he sends his regards and he wishes us well. He wishes that we stay healthy, we stay prosperous, and we become better at what we do personally and in our different organizations. And everyone on the SECA team sends their love. We will continue to do the best we can in providing platforms like this, whether they are paid or they are free sessions, in making sure that we are better at what we do. Please do not hesitate to stop by. Our platforms, our website is www.secaafrica.com. And you can find us on the social media, X, that's Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, at mysecaafrica.com. We would love to hear you. We would love to interact with you. We can't wait to get your